Hello everyone, welcome in, welcome in. Before I change the scene, let me tell you that this was Stefan, my first trans attempt in Hydra Courtship by Ray Kerfoot that we just had in the intro, in case you were curious. And I will move over here and start up the game. Oh man, stuff changed a little bit, didn't it? Did I get signed out of Epic again? I did. You'll have to excuse me with that one. This has happened like once before in the span of, I want to say, a year. And I'm not really sure what actually caused it. I do have the settings enabled so that it would remember all my credentials, but apparently it just doesn't care. And it needs me to sign back in. And I didn't check that before because it usually doesn't happen. But yeah, we're actually live again. It's a Christmas miracle or something, I'm not really sure. I missed like a whole week, and I still don't feel that great in terms of like health, but I think slowly but surely I'll be okay. I'll defeat this cold eventually. I was thinking the other day that my father, who is probably the reason why I caught this because I work with him, got antibiotics to be able to combat it. Now, he's obviously older than me, but at the same time, I hope that, I don't end up needing that, because I don't have access to it right now, so it'll be rather difficult to pull off, either way. And I'm pretty sure all the doctor's offices are closed right now, too, so that's not ideal. Let me try to see if I can actually log into this thing. Okay. Yep. Is that gonna be all right? Oh, it's preparing. It's preparing all right. Yeah, that seems like, that's how it's supposed to look. Alrighty. Well, I'm sorry for that little blunder. I did not see it coming. I wasn't ready for it. Killing Floor 2 takes a while to start up in the first place, and then we have to go through this stuff. But hey, it is what it is. I have pressed the actual, start button on the game now, so it should only take, I don't know, approximately 4 years or so until we get in. I haven't checked how big the file size for the game is at this point. It might be over 100 gigabytes with all the updates. Is there any official news as of yet about, like, the lack of support for the game? Are they actually done updating? Because I'm not quite sure at this stage. Bro, it really does take a long while for this to start, huh? My god, we're not even seeing the logos yet. It's still just the launcher. Oh, you might be hearing some stuff in the background. I don't mean to actually scare you with that, but that is the logos. And now we're actually in the main menu, so it should only take approximately 4 years or so again. Oh no, it actually realized. My god. My god. Technology is truly wonderful. But yeah, so we're in here. I don't really have a big plan of any kind for tonight. We still have a bunch of grinding we could do. For example, on our good friend the SWAT. Why am I getting like multiple hang-ups now in like the menu? It usually is only one. I'm hoping that stream quality is significantly better, because we have a better graphics card now, and also I changed the bitrate, because last time I was streaming, I basically had really low bitrate, because I was an idiot and didn't change it, and it was kind of a shame. But it is what it is. I feel like just doing like random games instead of endless, even though endless is a better grind. Yeah, let's start with like a thing on Crash. I do like the new map quite a bit. Yeah, looks right to me. We'll probably play a little bit of SWAT. But yeah, I'm hoping that the actual stream itself will look fine, and hopefully my bitrate can also handle it. Remains to be seen, because we now have better graphical fidelity than we had before, but we kind of messed up with the bitrate previously. So I'm hoping that with the settings now that I have, it should be better. Do I want to focus on any of the dailies? Because the seasonal is already all done. We did that like 2 weeks ago. Wow. Unbelievable. Seems so long ago now. I guess we could do Hostile Grounds. That's not a bad map. We're on hard anyway. Yeah, I mean, hey, let's do that. Maybe we'll get the support XP as well. Before I do anything else, I'm going to switch this back. Honestly, the preview is looking kind of alright for the time being. I don't see artifacting right now, which was the problem we had before. But I'll just focus on me over here. Hopefully we don't drop like too many frames as well. We'll see. But I'll be very, very happy if we have actually increased our quality like 100-fold compared to what we had before. Even with our super movement speed, I wasn't really able to sneak on by there. At least they also got vomited on, so for what it's worth, you know, it was a strategy, basically. I hope that you all had like a nice little Christmas holiday. Mine actually went surprisingly well. I can't really complain. We had a nice time with the family. Had obviously way too much to fucking eat, like both for lunch and dinner. Happens every year. We always say that we'll change our ways and not just eat until we basically get into a food coma. And then every year Christmas rolls around and it happens twice in a day that we just get way too much fucking food. So at this point I don't even know why I'm surprised by it. But I still am a little surprised. I'm surprised this guy's still like kicking. Shot him in the face a bunch of times. But other than that, I also ended up having like a movie night with my brother, which is always a fun time because he has great taste when it comes to movies. He always has his finger on the pulse of new releases as well. So it's a really good company, him and his fiance basically, to watch films with. I think we could get like a different gun. Although do we want... I guess we could go for the MP5, if nothing else, and we should definitely sell the second pistol that we got. That's the strategy. I'll just fill this up, to be honest. I don't think we need any grenades. We ended up watching, and this was a new one for me. We saw Tokyo Godfathers. Was one of the films that we watched. It's an anime from, I want to say, like the late 80s, early 90s. I looked it up, but I can't really remember. But it was surprisingly good. And usually, like, I don't really know my brother as much of an anime watcher to begin with. I wouldn't say that I watch more anime, because it's not really the case. Although, apparently the 1997 Berserk is now on Netflix, so I might have to watch that. I've seen a couple scenes, but never actually watched the whole thing. But the golden age of Berserk was probably my favorite bit, and I had a lot of fun, like, reading it. Although I didn't read it when it was coming out. I don't even know, like, when that was, to be real with you. Yeah, this only has, like, burst, in addition to full auto. But I have gone back and read, like, especially that part of it. It's a lot of fun, so I might jump into that, basically. And be a normie Netflix viewer, I guess. But it was kind of, like, surreal, because my brother's fiance is pretty big into anime. Now, you know, I wouldn't say that she is basically a weeb. Let's like state the facts, say it how it is. There's nothing wrong with that. All weebs are valid, and you know they're more than welcome here. But like she had no clue about this. Basically, she didn't know that like Tokyo Godfathers was a thing. And I mean, me not knowing is kind of okay because I'm less of a weeb, I think. But my brother is definitely not a weeb, and still he was like very, very well aware of this one. But I'm kind of happy with it. It's a great like Christmas film, very Christmas themed. I mean, the whole idea is that a bunch of homeless people find a random baby as they're just like living their lives, and they decide to unravel the mystery of who the child actually is. It's really fun. It's really fun. It's got like some of the quirky anime bullshit, obviously. But again, I think that comes with the medium. Like, you can't really ignore that. There is, like, a small checklist. It doesn't have all the quintessential markings of an anime necessarily, though. So, there's no, like, really dumb, like, pandering aspects in it. I at least didn't notice anything like that. So, it's just a grand old time. I want to say it's, like, 2 hours-ish, maybe. But it was great fun. It was great fun to watch that. We also saw The Fabelmans, which is apparently moved from this year. Basically Steven Spielberg's, like, adolescence kind of put to film. And how much how he ended up getting into making movies in the first place. And it was pretty good, too. It's pretty good, actually. Man, getting an autofill as SWAT is always a joy, isn't it? And I mean, we got wicked drunk while watching these films as well. Because that's how it goes. It's the holidays. At least you're gonna like drink some alcoholic beverages throughout the day, because you know everyone is doing it, and normally you're not really like taking cars to go anywhere. People are coming over, you're going over to somebody's place, but oftentimes it's within walking distance, luckily for us. So, or you just find some way to get there. Sometimes there's a designated driver. But either way, we ended up drinking quite a bit of beer and some scotch as well. Mostly after the films, though. We usually have like the little like discussions about the movies once we've actually watched them all. It was a good time, actually. I would say that's probably one of my favorite bits of the whole viewing experience. But yeah, that was Christmas for me, basically. Lots of food, apparently lots to drink, some movies, good company. Can't really ask for much more, to be real with you. So I hope you had something along those lines as well, and had a good time. And I just figured that basically I'll come on here and try to do a test stream with the new settings on OBS, see what we can see. Just get back into Killing Floor 2, because frankly, I played some Overwatch last time, and while it wasn't bad, like we did some, I would almost say, good work, I'm not really in the mood to play more of that right now. I've already done the dailies, because I got some really, really easy ones. I think I jumped in over the afternoon and basically got it all done in the span of, I want to say, 20 minutes or something, which is kind of how it goes with those anyway. And I don't yet have new weeklies to do, which is totally fine. But I noticed before, when we were playing a lot more, that without actually doing the objectives, the match XP is just so little that I'm sure it adds up, like, if you play long enough, but for me, it just almost doesn't feel worth it, you know? So I'll just be a normie and do my objectives whenever they pop up and try to get through the battle pass like that. And we'll see what happens after, because once I get to tier 80, I don't know if I'll still actually like go back and play some more. I'm kind of just in it for the like sunk cost fallacy of, oh, I paid 10 euros for this, so I might as well get my money's worth, even if it doesn't make any sense. I wouldn't say that I hate the game, but it's in a weird spot for me with Season 2. I'm definitely more burnt out on it already than I was on Season 1, so the honeymoon phase is basically over, unfortunately. We have so much money now. I'd love to see it. Let's just get the usual. I like the Chris as like a secondary gun. Looks cool, has great DPS, so we'll try to do something with that. But yeah, so it's kind of rough. I wouldn't say that Overwatch 2 is in like a bad state right now. I just don't really enjoy it the same way that I did a couple weeks ago. But I think that'll happen if you play a lot of any game, to be honest. Although it's kind of weird saying that and then playing Killing Floor 2, which I've played for probably like 600 to 700 hours now, and I still have a ton of fun just like logging in almost every day basically and playing. Although at this point it is more of a stream game for me. I don't really come on and do the dailies. There was a time when I did. I would log in and at least do like 1 to 2 of them. Maybe not all 3, but I would spend a bit of time actually like mucking around with that. But now we're just in here, trying to shoot the breeze basically. It's still a really, really fun little game, for sure. Still a big fan. But like I said, I don't really got a lot to talk about. I guess there's some other stuff. I was considering doing another painting stream as well, but the issue that I have is I have no idea how I would do the setup for it. And honestly, just, you know, like tweeting out that I'll be going live and actually like doing some stuff in the background, like changing settings and then pressing the go live button seems so much easier than jumping in and trying to essentially like do a whole like painting setup so that I could paint some miniatures. But I do have some stuff that I could be working on, and probably should be, because one of the gifts that I got from my brother is actually a very, very cool dice tower. It's 3D printed. It's like a, I want to say almost a real life size skull. Might be slightly smaller, it's hard to say. On like a little like cavern floor, it looks like, with a giant spider on top of it. It's very, very thematic. You basically like throw the dice in the little like eye holes, and then it like tumbles down into the mouth that's kind of embedded in the little like cavern floor thing. I'm surprised that little explosion killed him, but I guess we did lit him up before. But yeah, it is unfortunately unpainted. My brother was saying that he wanted to get a painted one, but apparently he wasn't able to. And I don't really feel bad about it, because it's a cool, like, actual piece. It definitely is visibly 3D printed. I can actually show it in a little bit instead of talking about it. I think we have the video quality now to actually, like, showcase stuff, and it won't look too bad either. So I'll show you what I mean, but it is not painted out of the box, essentially. There was no box. I'm pretty sure he just, like, got this made off of, like, a web store or something, but it looks real cool. I'm a big fan of it. I'm normally not one for dice towers, mostly because I play war games where you roll, like, way too many dice to use anything like that. But we have been getting into Pathfinder, so we've been playing some pen and paper RPGs, and you can definitely use those things in there, since you're rolling like 1 to 2 dice at a time. I guess we could have just gone all in on the nail gun, but I don't know. I wanted to do both. So if you'll give me just 1 second, let me see if I can pull this thing out of here and showcase it. So the gift bags are right over here. Of course, there's more chocolate. There's always more chocolate. Yeah, I want to say this is like real life sized. Pretty sure it is actually real life sized. So that's what this thing looks like. And I mean, you can kind of see. I think it's just about the size of an actual human head. It looks pretty cool. There's some print lines, like, here and there. I mean, you can see the print lines for sure, but I don't necessarily think that's so bad, to be honest. Like, for a dice tower, if it was, like, a scale model of some kind, I could see the issue with it. But it looks cool, and I think it's going to look great painted. So we're going to get into that. I do need to prime it, though, first thing. So we'll see. I guess we'll put it right here. Add some creepy decor to our Christmas tree. Is that even in frame? I'm not sure. It's going to be in frame if I move it like that, I think. Yep. But yeah, so I was thinking about doing a painting stream where I get into that and maybe continue painting my barbarian character model as well. Because he's semi-painted, he's got like the base colors on, he's got the shading, but he currently doesn't have any highlights on him other than like in his like skin, which is fine, but he could look a lot better. And I actually rolled like pretty nicely in the last game, did some cool stuff during our last adventure, so I feel like, you know, my character model has earned it. He's earned the paint job. He's earned the promotion. I think Hans takes like a little bit more damage from the nail gun in the first place, so we'll just, you know, go in with this and shred him to pieces, basically. And that's the majority of his health bar already. Fighting him in this corridor might be like a bad idea with the grenades, but hey, it definitely helps with the aiming. Oh, he's body blocking me. I am gonna run away from there because, oh, it's just smoke grenades. I was worried for no reason. These aren't smoke grenades, though. Yeah, those are actual grenades. That's the attack I was actually worried about. There we go. It's pretty good, and it got us a level. But yeah, now with the better hardware especially, I would want to stream from this machine, because previously when I did the painting stream, if you saw it, it is on the actual VOD archive, and I'll get into that in a little bit too, because I got some news about that as well. I'm just gonna change the map real quick. I think it's Hostile Grounds that we gotta do. But yeah, like previously I streamed with my work laptop, which is also my laptop. It's complicated, but either way, so I streamed with a crappier laptop. Now I will also be getting a different laptop for work, and that's actually going to be a work laptop. So this one currently is basically going back into work. It's very complicated. I don't really know if I need to necessarily get into it. I think we need to do support for the XP, so we'll do that. I remember something along those lines at least. But obviously, hardware-wise, that laptop is not particularly great. It doesn't have a graphics card to speak of, basically, because it's just mostly meant for work stuff. It was never really used for any sort of gaming/streaming purposes, because that's not the main thing that I would use it for. But it worked fine for streaming. Not ideal, obviously, and we had like a very scuffed setup. I wasn't able to show what I was actually working on. It was mostly almost like a talk show-like thing, which, you know, there's something there, but it's not really the quintessential painting stream experience. There's a reason why there's a standard in that regard as well, and I wasn't meeting it, basically. But, hey, maybe we could have a setup somewhere here at my desk, and we could actually stream, like, me painting stuff. But like I said, that would require me to, like, set it up kind of in advance, and tonight was more of a, like, I'm randomly gonna come online kind of situation. Not really, like, pre-planned. I had some other plans that didn't end up, like, going through, which is actually, like, better. It's one of those things, I always feel a little bad when that happens, but right before I, like, decided that I would go live tonight, I actually had this moment where I was thinking to myself, like, man, I really don't feel like actually, you know, engaging with anybody right now, basically. Like, I don't really feel like doing anything. I don't really feel like going out. I don't really want to do any of that. Give me a sec. I need to actually respond to a thing. Please have some patience with me. I have to write this message. Also, I guess 30's maybe not enough. Let's get some more ammo. And I will just pause this for but a moment. There we go. Alrighty. So unprofessional texting on stream. Imagine texting on stream. All right. So that should be done now. At least I hope so. But yeah, I was just getting into the fact that tonight, for some reason, I really didn't feel like actually socializing in any way with people. It wouldn't have been like a big thing, but it might have been like I had some plans that ended up you know, going nowhere. It kind of fell through. But right before I got the news that things were gonna be canceled, basically, I was just thinking, sitting in front of my computer, I was like, oh man, I kind of like want to cancel. I kind of want to come up with a lame excuse and be like, oh, I'm tired or whatever, because I really didn't sleep that well last night. Not because of the movies, more because of the drinking. I'm sure you can relate. It happens. Sometimes you hit the sauce a little hard, and then, you know, the rest you get isn't like normal rest. So, but I didn't end up having to actually, you know, cancel the plans myself, because people did it for me. And that's kind of nice in this situation. That actually was rather nice. As weird as it sounds, I was kind of happy that it ended up going nowhere. Because it means that I get to be here now. And I've been meaning to try out the new settings for a long while, so I'm kind of happy that we get to do that now. Even if I am very, like, starved for content. I don't think I got a lot to talk about. You know, not a lot has happened. Like, it's just been Christmas. It's just been stuff leading up to Christmas. I'm not, like, the world's biggest December fan. In fact, I very strongly and vocally dislike this month. But that's mostly because I'm a whiny little bitch of a person. And all of my relatives apparently have their birthdays in December. So it's always extra stressful to get gifts for everybody. And there's still some stuff in the mail that never got here. Thankfully, it was mostly stuff that I wanted to get for December 6th. So it's been really bad in that regard, because it you know, is now the 25th. So it's been quite a while that it hasn't arrived. But that's mostly because I basically made a boo-boo, kind of fucked up, and I didn't notice that it was like a pre-order kind of a situation for a bunch of like little products. So it's okay. I'll probably end up giving it to the folks that I was meaning to get it for next year at this point, which is alright. Like, that's not so bad. Having a random present isn't necessarily the worst. We're gonna go blunderbuss because I'm extremely boring. What can I say? The thing I'm struggling with here is, what do we go for? I kind of want everything, but you can't have everything. Yeah, 42 like cannonballs should be okay. But yeah, I'm very happy to see that the stream itself looks alright. Like, it actually looks decent. I think we've finally gone and done it. Like, Overwatch looked kind of bad previously with the artifacting, so hopefully, you know, we can fix that. I also wanted to get into the VOD situation, because I was sick earlier this week, and I didn't really stream. I didn't end up making a schedule. I didn't end up doing what I normally do and putting it out there basically on Twitter, updating the schedule tab on Twitch itself, and this stream was also unscheduled in that sense, because I didn't know until a second ago that I would be, like, coming live, pretty much. But, hey, we're here now. So I have scheduled one of the previous VODs that previously was not online on the YouTube side of things, to go up tonight, basically. So it should be available in a few hours. Basically, right after this stream ends, hopefully, you'll be able to, like, check it out. I think the one that's going up now is the Season 2 Overwatch 2 stuff, where I basically played with some friends. I might have also done a competitive game in there, I can't quite recall. It's been like, I wouldn't say like a huge while ago, but it has been long enough ago where it's fuzzy for me, but I remember having fun with that. I guess I had more fun with Overwatch back then than I am doing now, unfortunately, but that's how it goes. Maybe that'll change in the future. So that's going to be going up. I also should be uploading, once the stream is done, I'll schedule another one that should be up the day after tomorrow. And I think that's going to be the previous Killing Floor 2 stream, where we first experimented with the different video quality. So I think it's 720p, but I didn't change the bitrate, so there is some artifacting in it as well, unfortunately. Again, I failed to consider that that would also be something I would have to look at, so I never really bothered to do that, unfortunately. Silly me. But, hey, it's going to be going up anyway. And then we'll get back into the actual rhythm of properly uploading VODs as they happen. So usually what I like to do is when stream ends, I just download the VOD immediately, and then I schedule it basically so that it's available around the time it would get deleted on the Twitch side of things. Because, you know, I'm not currently affiliate or partner with Twitch, so I only get VODs for 1 week, which is totally fine, I understand it. And there is YouTube to handle that side of things, and I think it might even be better, to be honest, than Twitch. Twitch is great for the live stuff, but I don't think the actual VOD stuff is necessarily the best here. But it's whatever. So if you basically are curious of any previous content that has happened on this channel, except for the Nightmare Reaper stuff, unfortunately, because I don't have the VODs for that, then it's going to be on the YouTube VOD archive, which should be available from my About section. There's not a lot there, but I do have some links. It apparently does not show up on mobile. Someone was telling me that the mobile side of things is dreadful because it does not show any of the links for some reason, which is weird, considering I feel like a lot of people are on mobile. But I don't know, I don't use the Twitch app on mobile, so I don't know if the person that was describing the issue to me was talking about the mobile app or just the mobile view, because I would be surprised if the mobile app wouldn't have the links, because it's like, come on now. Like, Twitch probably has a lot of its audience locked away in the app itself. But, like, the mobile side of things, I could see that they wouldn't care about it and just be like, yo, who cares? Apparently, we had a crawler objective, too. Interesting. I do love the blunderbuss, man. It's so fun. But yeah, so we'll you know, actually get back into regularly scheduled uploads in terms of VODs, and hopefully regularly scheduled streams. Maybe not next week, just as of yet. There's a chance I might be live tomorrow, but it's I would say like a 25% chance currently. As much as I would love to, it's still the holidays. I still gotta do Christmas with one of my friends, so that's what I'm gonna be doing tomorrow during the day. But it might run long, basically, and last into the night, which is totally fine, by the way. Like, I'm not really complaining. I think an important aspect of the holiday that I often forget about is it is supposed to be about the loved ones as well. It's mostly about that. Like, it's about showing people that you actually love and care about, that you do care about them, and that's what the whole presents shit is supposed to be about. It's not some kind of race or I don't know what. Like, there's an obligation there, obviously, but at the end of the day, you're basically just trying to show appreciation to people that matter to you. So the best way to do that is also to take the time and spend time with those folks. So tomorrow is going to be a little bit of that, basically, for me, and that's always a good time. But if I get the chance, then I will, like, try to go live. Again, no promise, though, because obviously this might be more important, but that's okay. And after that, I'm thinking, I guess we'll see on Wednesday, because normally I don't stream Wednesdays, because I have, like, a social function that I go to. But there's not going to be an event because a lot of people have gone home, and it's mostly like we've already had the Christmas thing with that particular group. It was actually a great time. A lot of people showed up, and we got free pie made by the main organizer. It was actually really good. So it's a dude from the UK, and he made banoffee pie, which is banana toffee, obviously. It took me a long while to figure that out. He's just trailing me. I see he's approaching me. I wanted to get to, like, the overturned trucks. Yeah, he's got a rocket launcher, too, I guess. Is it as cool as a cannon, though? I can't believe that he got, like, stumbled. That's too bad for him. Just insta-dead, basically. We just staggered him. Yeah, Blunderbuss is pretty good. It does deal a ton of self damage, as you can see. We took, like, 75 armor off of ourselves, mostly. Because I think we got shot exactly twice by his minigun. Kind of weird that his foot is just like hanging out there. The rest of him is like nicely mangled, but his foot is just perfectly flat on the floor. So I think, did we do the daily? Was this the map? Oh, it changed on me. That's why we didn't. That's why we got the crawler thing. Okay, apparently we got to do like kilowatt damage. I guess the daily just changed like right now as we were in here. That's okay. I think kilowatt is survivalist. I think. Let's go to airship and do that, or at least take a look. But yeah, so this Wednesday I might be live, and I'll honestly try to do my best to figure out a schedule, because there are some things that I have scheduled for next week. Quite a bit, actually. I mean, I can literally just look at it for a brief moment here. Yeah, so basically tomorrow is the Christmas celebration thing. Wednesday is the birthday of my father. So that obviously comes with certain connotations. As previously mentioned, you want to show appreciation to the people that matter to you, and my dad does matter to me, turns out. And the day after, I got a like self event thing. We're playing a large, massive, huge scale game of Warhammer 40k with a bunch of friends. It's gonna be a grand old time. But I think I might be able to go to actually be live on a Wednesday evening from the looks of it. And mayhaps on Friday. So I would be very happy if we could actually do 2 fucking streams next week. Oh boy. I can't believe this is where we've gone. It used to be 3 streams a week and now it's just 2, but hey. A lot of people are actually, you know, offline for the rest of the year now. So now's the time to cook, apparently. Everyone else is gone. The big streamers are all busy, like, having their actual vacations, which makes sense because they do this as a job. They do this for a living. So obviously they need some well-earned rest, but now's the time. You know, while the cat is away, the mice come out to play, and oh boy, I'm apparently a mouse in this metaphor. And I'm all about that cheese or something, I don't know. Realistically, I'm just happy to be live and, you know, talk about some nonsense. Probably should have prepared a little bit better and actually had some topics prepared in advance, but to be honest, I've never really done that before. It's mostly just, you know, we wing it here, and I wouldn't say it tends to go well, but it goes. Some might even say it goes, yeah, but that's different. That's Death Grips. And the guillotine, apparently. I just decided to do like a 9mm round. I'm not really sure why, because to be honest, I think we're gonna get so much money that we'll hopefully be able to get our next weapon after this wave. Really, there's nothing there. Interesting. Still nothing, huh? Let's see. Pot should be this way. Oh yeah, and I forgot, Survivalist does come with heavy armor, which is its own style of cool. I do hope that the Kilowatt is a Survivalist weapon. It's got such a weird name, and I think I've used it twice before in my whole life. It is. It's also 2,000, so it's not going to be happening anytime soon, huh? Well, the thing we can get is a Locust, and the Locust is a lot of fun. We'll get a little bit of ammo for it. HRG Locust is definitely fun. Shooting bug rockets, it's always a good time. But yeah, I think we've talked a lot about, you know, the inside baseball stuff of Twitch, YouTube, and all of that goodness. I don't think anybody cares, which is totally fine, by the way, and you don't need to. It might be the most boring topic in the whole damn world, but who gives a fuck at the end of the day? So now, I don't know what we'll talk about. We'll just probably talk some gaming stuff. Yeah, I have been really thinking about the painting setup to try to figure something out. I think some places will be open. Maybe not starting tomorrow, like some hardware stores, but definitely throughout next week. So I'm kind of hoping maybe I can swing by some places and try to get my hands on like some PVC pipes and stuff. Throw together like a little rig style thing that I could mount the webcam on. Because I am not opposed to actually having this be like the recording area in front of me here. It's just like setting it up is kind of difficult right now. Because, you know, I don't have anything to attach the camera to so that it can like view it from the top. Because that's ideally what we would do, so that you can actually see what I'm working on. Because I don't think like you have to see me. I wouldn't mind having like a dual camera setup, to be honest, and also like show my awful posture as I paint. But I think it's more important for a painting stream to show what the fuck I'm painting, you know? And clearly we now have the capability to stream in like good enough quality, which probably we should have been able to do in the first place when it comes to just like capturing webcam footage. I think that would have been fine. The previous bottleneck we had was, you know, having a webcam and also a video game and streaming all of that at the same time, which is what most people do, but hey, sometimes you gotta upgrade your stuff to be able to do what other folks do as well. We've gotten there either way. I'm happy to report that we've reached this point. We've entered the new millennium somehow, some way, and we are now streaming in 1080p, I think, and it's actually looking kind of buttery smooth from my end. Hopefully it's the same deal for you, but yeah, getting into painting streams would be a big deal for me, because it would mean that I would get to paint while I stream. I know, unheard of. But the reason that would be pretty important is because I haven't painted in a long while once again, and therefore I haven't gotten a lot done. And there is a lot to do. Like, I got, you know, a lot of people call it the pile of shame. I like to call it the pile of potential, personally. But, yeah, it's definitely a pile of stuff that I need to work on. So what does this do? Choice of full auto and overcharged fire modes. All fair to toggle between. Overcharge mode charges up while the fire button is pressed, and discharges when the fire button is released. Okay, how much ammo does this thing use, I guess is the question. We don't have armor, which is kind of sad. This thing looks kind of sick with the RGB. Like, it is a little bit of an eyesore, to be real with you, but it's kind of cool, though. I guess we'll figure it out. It's time for us to figure it out. But yeah, there's a ton of stuff I would like to work on going into the next year, because there's going to be AOS Worlds, because there's AOS Worlds every single year, as far as I'm aware. So, if you didn't know, I play Age Sigmar, and I would almost say that is my favorite game. I play more 40k, but that's besides the point. So this is just like a fancy assault rifle from the looks of it. At least in this firing mode. Cool, it's got particle effects, so hey, it's neat. What's the reload like? Okay, it's not too long, not too bad. Oh, and that's the way I switch it. I was about to say, like... Okay, we gotta do a little bit of kiting. It's pretty fast on the draw. Kinda like that, to be honest. Like, quick to fire. Again, it's kinda silly that we're shooting, like, lightning, but we still actually have to do headshots and stuff, because, you know, it's still killing floor. You can't escape the killing floor at the end of the day. Core gameplay mechanics apparently are something that exists for a reason. We might just do most of the wave and then end up, like, welding things when there's a bloat left. A little bit cheap, but it's what, you know, seems like the best decision. The reload is a little long. I'm not sure how good this is going to be against the quarter pounds, but, hey, they're not so, like, annoying. An actual flesh pound might be worse. They're very busy, like, fighting each other. This really has very high damage from the looks of it. I don't know what's going on here, but people do be falling over all the time. Oh man, I got bounced into it. I was gonna say maybe we can avoid it, but it didn't work. I did see a bloat that got airdropped in, which is great news for us, because it's gonna be the guy we keep alive, so that we have an enemy and we can do the objective. That's the current plan. And that is indeed what we're gonna do. But yeah, so AOS Worlds is a thing that happens pretty much every single year, from my understanding. It is basically the largest Warhammer Age of Sigmar tournament kind of in the world. It's a little bit of a big deal for a nerd like me. I went last year and had a great time, actually. Turned it into a whole trip with a couple friends, met some cool people. I haven't really kept in touch with them formally, but I'm sure that I'll run into them again, basically. They're like event friends, you know? I didn't see much of a reason to keep in touch with them afterwards, but hey, maybe that's antisocial of me a little bit. So maybe we'll do better on that front too this year. Who knows? But either way, it was a great time, and I'd love to go back, but I would want to take a different army, because last time I took my trolls, basically, and people loved them, and I loved playing them. I had a lot of, like, dumb luck with them. Round 1, I faced a very, very gentlemanly German fellow, who was not, like, a super competitive player. He had a very, very strong army, essentially, like a very good list that he was playing, but he wasn't very seasoned with it. And he ended up kind of throwing the game a little bit, and I won really, really big time, which was very, very surprising, not just for me, but everybody involved with the event, because my results, obviously, are publicly available at a tournament, and getting the highest possible score in that particular matchup was something nobody expected, including me, obviously. Can we... I was going to say we can't upgrade it. I mean, hey, I guess we'll hold on to it. We never really tried the other firing mode, so that's something we should actually give a whirl if we get the opportunity to. But I would like to take a different army. I want to take giants. I want to take Sons of Behemoth, which are giant fuck-off giants, as it turns out. Big fat men. And it's a lot of fun. I got 3 of them on sprue, and 3 tinier giants, which I know sounds a little bit weird, but it is a thing. They're still giants, just not so giant. And I still need to paint like those 3, and I need to assemble the other 3. And in fact, I probably need to buy a 4th, because I would most likely take 4 big guys. 4 big guys, you know? Insert the reference and song here, please. Thank you, thank you. So, I need the time to actually work on that, because none of it is done. Now, I don't know when the event is going to be just yet. I guess, yeah, we just need to activate the console. We don't really... So how does this work? Oh, I don't like this. It turns into a death laser, but it's very hard to use. Yeah, you know what? I was bad-mouthing the assault rifle before, but it's so much easier to use. It's just point and shoot. It's nice, it's pleasant, it's good. It's good for business. I don't think we were really supposed to be able to do that right then, but hey, I won't be asking questions. So if we could actually get like a proper stream setup where I could, you know, stream while I paint or paint while I stream, my god, we'd be unlocking our full potential at that point. Pretty quick to get that second full. Normally it takes a lot more time to get this done, but I guess we got here pretty fast too. So yeah, that might be something for next year, and hopefully people will be into it. Like, I don't know how anybody feels about the hobby content, the actual, like, wargaming, painting, arts and crafts thing. I really enjoy it, and I don't get to do enough of it these days, because my priorities have shifted a little bit. But this is something I've discussed before with friends. It's one of those things where it's hard to truly feel bad, because I'm really enjoying just, like, being on Twitch, either as a viewer or as a streamer. Like, when I am live on the off times it happens. And at the end of the day, if I wanted to do something else, I could just do that too. And it would be totally fine. I also have a whole lot of painted shit at this point. I got multiple full painted armies, so it's not as if I got the same drive as I had before. Did we end up getting the thing, by the way? I wasn't paying attention. We did, so we can just switch to whatever we want. But what is it that we want, I guess, is the actual question. We probably should stay survivalist just for the XP, essentially. We used the freeze thrower before because we kind of had to, and it was fine. I had a good time with it, but I mean, we could just be like mindless locust enjoyers and upgrade the crap out of it. Definitely get armor though. And I suppose we still have the room to actually include an RPG and still upgrade it, interestingly enough. Well, we could if we had money, but we don't, and that's fine. So yeah, in the future we might do hobby streams as well, in addition to regular gaming content. And on the gaming side of things, like I said, it remains to be seen what we'll do, because with Overwatch 2, I'm kind of like still struggling a little bit with it. I think I need to figure out what I want to do with the game is more the issue, and it has a lot more to do with me and a lot less to do with the game, to be honest, because if I just want to get the battle pass done, that's something that I can do, but I need to be realistic at that point and be like, okay, like, at that stage, I need to find the most optimal way of doing this and just focus on that rather than trying to necessarily mine great enjoyment out of it, you know? Like, you can definitely enjoy yourself and make progress on the Battle Pass. It's not outside the realms of possibility. But at the end of the day, I feel like I should focus more on... If I basically just want to grind XP, I should just grind XP, is what I'm saying, essentially. Although there's a lot of systems in place to kind of prevent you from running away with that, which is one of the reasons why I don't find it that much fun. But one of the things I have been considering, even though it's not usually my nature, is maybe I should get into the ranked, like, grind. I should try to actually climb in competitive and play it more actively, try to do some of that. And I don't know, I could see myself getting into it. It would be a little off character for me, but I think it could be a fun time either way. Do I want to go to Carol and Hamlet? I guess is the big question. Why not? Why not? We'll probably play something real easy there, because I'm not the biggest fan of this map, but it's okay. I would just prefer, like, to play something easy. So it's a lot of fun. So I think we could have a lot of fun with Overwatch 2 if I really, like, figured out what I wanted to do with it, essentially. Alright, eventually we're going to have to do stuff with Sharpshooter. I definitely don't want to do anything with Sharpshooter right now, though. I can tell you that much for a fact. Yeah, Firebug I think is going to be fine. Love a good Firebug. I would say it is my favorite perk, without a doubt, at this point. It's just so strong, so easy, so chill.
First batch of Zeds heading your way. Get ready, tout le monde.
I mean, I don't know, dude. What else is there to talk about? Christmas. Christmas is, I think, on everybody's mind still. I feel a lot of people are just happy to have survived it, you know? Spoken to a fair few acquaintances and friends, and people, you know, there's a lot of drama around this time of year. A lot of family members to potentially get into arguments with, a lot of trauma dumping in real life, which can sometimes be, like, a little frustrating, but hey, it makes sense. It's supposed to be, like, a holiday about love, and people, myself included, often become very superficial about it, so we don't tend to do a lot of fun and cool stuff, basically. It's more like you run down the checklist, make sure you got gifts for everybody, even if it's, like, thoughtless and pointless, and then, you know, it doesn't feel as genuine. So it's a weird time of year, for sure, because of that. But, I think that this year was kind of okay for me, in that sense, in terms of Christmas. It was alright. It could have been worse. I never noticed before that these, like, stay around for that long after the reload. Kind of interesting. I was gonna say maybe they stay around until the end of the wave, but no, there's probably a timer on it. It's a nice little, like, attention to detail, I guess. They didn't have to do that, but they did.
Survived without a scratch, huh?
I don't know if my Christmas could have been better. Like, I'm very pleased with the stuff that I got. Overall, it's not, like I said, it's not about the present, but that's what everybody talks about, obviously, so... What do you know? What do you know? It's how it goes. I don't think we needed, like, all the actual shells we got for this gun, but hey, I'm happy to have them.
So dark in here.
It's not actually that dark in here, Shasta. Like, what are you talking about?
Time's up.
It's very bright outside. We got the God Rays. Like, fucking J.J. Abrams would be amazed by this. He put this in a movie. I do think that the dice tower that I just showed off is like one of the best, like, things that I got. It's just cool. I never had need of something like this, and I guess you could argue that I still don't, because normally I just roll, but it looks cool. And since most of the time I host the RPGs, like, anyway, I feel like it could be, like, a fun time to involve this in like, our games going forward. It's gonna be our little player's dice tower. Because obviously, you know, the DM has to roll their own dice in their own separate little locations, so they can fudge the rolls if needed. And I say this with, like, zero judgment. At the end of the day, sometimes you gotta fudge rolls in RPGs. In fact, a lot of the times you gotta fudge rolls, because it would be very boring otherwise. And the beauty of RPGs is that you're not necessarily tied as a DM to the results of the die. If something cooler could happen with a different roll, you're more than welcome to just, you know, substitute whatever role you should have rolled in that particular moment, rather than just like taking the role as gospel, you know? At least that's how I see it. Some people might have a different idea. Some people might be like, no, it should always be determined by the dice, and if you have like a random table, you went to great lengths to make it, or if it was provided to you as part of like a splat book or something, then you should stick to it. I can see the appeal of that attitude as well, don't get me wrong. I think it takes a lot of pressure off of you as a DM, and essentially like puts control into something else's hands in that regard, which is sometimes good. If you really don't want to be dealing with that, I guess, then it's a good way of thinking about it. But I really much prefer thinking about it the way that I just described, where, you know, it's like, I'm going to follow the dice until I follow the dice, and at a certain point it might not. If something cooler could happen, and I just realize that it could happen, then I'll fudge the roll, if needed. I guess I'm more open-minded, if we want to put it that way. I think it leads to more fun adventures, basically.
Could be hiding here.
In that regard, I do feel that I'm more... The few times that I DM these days, it's not very common. Unfortunately, like, I do enjoy it. It's just, you know, we got a different vibe going on right now. I usually would categorize myself more as, like, a more modern DM, where it's more about the experiences that you're giving, and less about, you know, like, being a killer GM, like a ruthless motherfucker out for the player's blood. That idea has some fun in it, too, inherently, when you're trying to compete with the players, basically. But I don't know, I was never around for that era of RPGs, essentially, like back in the day, and it feels kind of weird to do it now, you know? Like, I feel like the climate is so much different. Plus, I mostly play with people that I would call my friends, generally speaking, and I don't want to have like a conflict arise from something as silly as like an RPG, like an actual conflict that would last, you know, after the actual session. That seems like so weird to me. So I don't really want to do that. And I feel like being a killer GM is a surefire way of getting into that. Like, your players will have respect for you, I think, but they'll also kind of hate you for your behavior a lot of the time. It's just how it goes, in my opinion. But I haven't DM'd in a long time, actually. And the last couple of times I did, it was part of an event. Which is not necessarily bad, it's just like an observation. A good friend of mine used to put on actual, like, RPG tournaments, which is a very, very weird idea. So, like, if you have no idea what, you know, like a pen and paper RPG is like, it's not exactly a competitive game in that regard. It's hard to really quantify when and how someone is doing well at it. It obviously doesn't help that different people will have very different roles to play. So, for example, like, a warrior type class is always going to be in the mix. It's always going to go into the thick of it, kind of control the engagement, maybe initiate a lot of the fighting, do really well in those situations, whereas something like a thief, especially in the more classic style RPGs that we tend to play, so the less like heroic stuff that isn't necessarily just D&D, the thief is not that great in a combat situation. Like, you can sneak, you can pick people off, but in like an actual protracted fight, you're not gonna last, because you're not supposed to. It's just how it is. You're not really expected to be able to do that, because other classes exist for that role. But it was actually really well done, because he essentially made it so that the GMs would also get like graded by the players, and the players would get graded by the GMs based on how well they were performing in their dedicated role, how well they were role-playing, how much they got into it, how much initiative they took, for example, in trying to actually get through the various puzzles that were placed in front of them. I think it was a good system. It was actually a pretty great system. I really enjoyed taking part in those events. But they haven't happened in a long while now. And I guess, I get it. Like, again, priorities change. A friend of mine had a bunch of stuff happen in his life. And he's also not currently playing like role-playing games as actively as before, which makes it hard to put on an event like that. But hey, I got fond memories, and I had a good time being a GM during those events for sure. If I had to pick a rule set to GM in now, I think I would make it either one of the AOS, well, the one AOS RPG that exists, the official one. I want to say Cubicle 7 maybe is the guys behind it, but I'm not sure. There's also a new 40k, I think, from the same bunch of guys that could also be fun. I did Dark Heresy First Edition a couple times with a good group of friends, and it was actually great fun. Just coming up with random stuff, and it was at the time very new to them, the whole setting. So it was very good to have almost like virgin eyes on my adventures in that sense. It made it a lot of fun for me too. And I would also be very curious to do something with Call of Cthulhu, for example. I've never played it, so I don't know if it's a good idea to jump in immediately as a GM, but I would be tempted to. I'm a big Lovecraft fan. I love his work. So I think I could make some fun stuff in that setting. At least some interesting stories and some fun experiences, but hey, we'll see if it ever comes to it. Right now, I'm gonna be completely honest, I'm really enjoying just being a player in my friend's Pathfinder campaign. It's been great. It's been great. I just swing a giant axe around as a barbarian, don't have to think too much about stuff. There's other people in the group that are much smarter than me. Like, their characters are more well-suited for the societal aspects of the game. And therefore, it takes a lot of pressure off of me, and I get to focus on what my character does best, which is hit thing with a giant fuck-off axe. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. If I had to make a second character, though, or a different character, I'd probably go something stealthy. I feel like that could be fun. We already have a goblin thief in the party, and it still seems very combat-based. I think you can't really avoid that in, well, you know, grid-based RPG. You're always going to have that, basically. You have to be able to take part in the fight somehow. But I did have a goblin thief of my own in a different rule set that was less heroic. And I had a lot of fun actually trying to figure out how the hell I was going to take part in the various like battles and stuff that were going on.
Last chance.
I mean, I also, right now, we have like an inactive campaign in the same rule set, and I have a gnome thief for that one. So apparently just all short kings all the way down for me, but hey. Small characters can be a lot of fun, though, because people, especially like enemies, often have a reason to underestimate you, and that like changes the dynamic of a lot of the fights, basically. Plus, I definitely think that the small characters are very well suited for like the stealth angle. You can just hide a lot easier and a lot better, I suppose. Can't remember which of my two guns is better against her shields, so I'm just gonna, you know, like use this for the time being. We can use this car for cover too. Oh man, this car is putting in so much work. Okay, now we're gonna be in a little bit of a troubling situation, because she realized she can go on the car, but she also ran out of ranged weapons entirely. So maybe we'll be fine. Maybe it's gonna be okay. Surfing that knockback, huh? You should never underestimate Firebug, though. The fact that I can just like knock her back, stumble her with one press of a button is always incredible. And I think she's gonna die from the ground fire. Yep, there we go. I mean, Firebug, ladies and gentlemen, it's the strongest perk in the game, I think. Well, on like casual stuff. This is obviously like bullshit, because Sharpshooter is definitely the strongest per se, but you actually need to get good to be a good Sharpshooter and get those results. Now with Firebug though, you don't, and that's why I really like it. Turns out that's how that works. Let's see if we can find another kind of cold themed map. Do we want to go to Krampus Lair? I guess why not? We'll also take a look at the dailies, because I can't remember if there was still something we could do. We got the crawlers. We got the killer watt damage. The third one might have been something on Hell on Earth difficulty or Suicidal. So accessing that from here is going to be rather difficult. Yeah, it's a rig Suicidal. That's not outside the realm of possibilities, although it's not a map that I've played a lot before. I'm just going to go and take the easy way out and play Demolitionist, dude. Demo Man. It's always a good time too. But man, I really hope that my health ends up returning, because even now I can like tell that I have like a nasally voice, more so than normal. I think I got a little bit of a nasally thing going on even my better days, but it's been so obvious to me, and I still catch myself like coughing occasionally. My nostrils have not been so congested anymore, which I'm very happy about, but it's still not ideal. So I'm hoping that we'll actually get better. I mentioned it before that if this is the same stuff that my dad ended up coming down with, then I hope that my hopefully superior immune system can handle it without antibiotics, because I have no idea when I would go to the doctor's office to get that sorted in the first place. Like, I genuinely have zero fucking clue, because I think even the doctors are now on holiday, because turns out it's fucking Christmas, right? Knock him down and just get the old one too. I would like to take you out before handling this clot. He didn't need to do that, he would have died from the poison, but hey. The Samo is kind of pointless, because I think well, we won't get a different gun unless we have a random pickup as well, but there often is a random gun scattered around here. Let me run faster, so if there is something, we can run and pick it up. Yeah, the winter themed maps in this game do look nice, though. Snow in general apparently looks great with a lot of blood on it. It's like a video game staple. Really, no gun, huh? Slightly disappointed. Oh, but there is a gun. So that means we have essentially 250 in our pocket right now, which should be enough to get us a kaboomy stick. And that's always a good time. Yep, that gets us there. That definitely gets us there. It barely gets us there, but we don't need much more than barely getting there. And this is a great weapon, very easy to use. Again, you'll notice a common theme here. I just like the stuff that doesn't take a lot of effort, as it turns out. That's just me in a nutshell. Which is, again, why it's kind of an interesting idea to maybe go into the competitive climb on Overwatch 2, but we'll see. We'll see. I think there's a lot of ways I could go into that game to have more fun. So we'll figure it out. I'm sure that we'll figure it out if we want to. I've also been thinking about streaming Diablo 3, since it is something that I've picked back up recently. The thing I'm scared about mostly is I wouldn't say that I used to understand the game super well. I did have, like, I guess some occasions when I was like pretty deep into the meta at the time, if you will. If you don't hate me for using that term. It's kind of weird in a single-player title that it has to be a term that we use, but it is the scenario and situation that we're in. But there was a time and a place when I understood the various builds that people were using a lot better. I often knew at least what the various classes were using, you know, at the top of the pile, basically. It's not so much the case anymore, so it makes me feel kind of awkward to go back in and try to parade around as if I really know my shit when I clearly don't. At the same time, I think I'm trying to wrestle with this idea that you don't have to be good at everything. It's very difficult for me because I always want to be very knowledgeable and know my shit and come off as very professional and have that like impression on people, because I don't know, I enjoy being in that position. That's why I chase that situation, basically. I try to make that happen most of the time. But I think it can often be more entertaining to just be amazed by the game as it happens and try to figure stuff out in real time, you know? There's a reason why people like blind playthroughs of stuff. Now, if I played Diablo 3, it would not be a blind playthrough, because I got, like, almost 900 hours. In fact, it might straight up be 900 now on one character, and I have, like, 1,000 hours in the game in total. So, again, I'm not really going in blind at all. At the same time, though, so much has changed that it might as well be, like, kind of a dumb playthrough, you know? Although I wouldn't, like, play through the story, I don't think. It's not the best part of the game, to put it mildly. Back in the day, the way I thought of Diablo 3 was that the best part of the actual game is not, like, the graphics, nothing to do with that. The best aspect of the game is just a really nicely built and tuned, like, combat engine. It's pretty good. And it's good enough that it'll have you, like, coming back for more. At least it did for me. I was playing it for, like, fucking 900 hours, like we said, on a single character. One barbarian on the live servers. This was before, like, seasons really ended up becoming a thing either. You know what I saw on the Battle.net launcher recently that definitely, like, scared me? Diablo 4 is coming out, right? And apparently it has a season pass mechanic, and I don't understand why it needs to. But why does everything need to have like not even a season pass, but a battle pass? It's like why do we need to have a battle pass in an action RPG though? That's the thing I don't understand. Like in a shooter, you could argue that you don't need it, but a lot of shooters these days are doing it. I guess, you know, we can blame Fortnite, but hey, who cares? It's, I guess, more accepted practice, and I'm okay with it in Overwatch, even if I currently, for example, don't think that Season 2's Battle Pass has good enough content. I think they kind of missed the mark with it. They should have at least made it more thematic, but that's besides the point. I think in a shooter, there's a trend in gaming now with games as service that shooters tend to just have Battle Passes, and it's like, whatever. But action RPGs, though, like, I get it, not a lot of them are coming out, but look, when I was, like, playing fucking Torchlight or Torchlight 2, I never caught myself thinking, like, oh man, you know what this game needs? It needs a fucking Battle Pass. I literally never had that thought. And I can't genuinely believe that the developers working on the game are happy about including this. Like, this feels like such an Activision thing to put into the game, you know? It feels like something that no actual developer, like self-respecting developer, would pitch as an idea. This is something that like management forces on you basically and goes like, look man, you gotta put this shit into the game. Like figure out a way where there's like some way that you fucking level up a battle pass. The beauty of action RPGs have always been, in my opinion, like it has always been the endless grind. And you just grind for the sake of grinding, and it's totally fine. But that's the thing, like, all you need to do is add a system like Paragon levels, that already exists, by the way, in Diablo 3. You could just keep that, and it'll have people coming back for more. There's already enough in the game to basically have, like, a very dedicated player base. So I don't understand why they decided to go the route of a Battle Pass. And based on the Overwatch experience, the issue that we'll likely see with the Battle Pass is going to be the artificial, I guess, like, padding of it. Because the big problem with Overwatch 2's Battle Pass is you can get, essentially, like, a set number of XP through the week slash day. And everything else that isn't, you know, the actual objectives that you might be doing tends to reward you so little that it's almost not worth engaging with the game. Unless you're gonna do like a ton of consecutive games and then reap those rewards, basically. So it's kind of weird. Like I can't imagine having like dailies in an action RPG. I know that a lot of games have them. Like I'm sure Path of Exile, for example, being a free-to-play game, has something of the sort. But I'm also still convinced that probably like PoE, it does it very differently. You know. I guess I just don't trust Blizzard to do it in any nice capacity, because again, in Overwatch 2, it's like, bro, why can I only get 9k XP from 7 dailies? Like, why give me 7 if I can only do 3 in the first place? It just doesn't really make sense. I'm gonna get another RPG just for the fun of it. Pretend like we'll need it. We hopefully won't, but we'll see. We'll figure that out together. Yeah, man, like fucking like Battle Pass in Diablo 4. What's up with that? Who thought that was a good idea? I just want to know. I just genuinely want to know. It's King Fleshpound's foot, I think. I'm kind of clipping into the map a little bit there, but hey, I'm sure like that's gonna be fine. I have no idea where he spawned because we only saw like one of his toes, which like people would pay good money for, by the way, these days. And hey, we don't kink shame here, all right? I can't even tell if it was. I guess it was his foot. It is made of wood after all. I'm gonna keep on jumping. We do need to be mindful of his laser beam attack too. Like we're having a lot of fun just surfing the knockback, but he can also shoot us. But he didn't this time. He mostly just died. I don't really know if I want to get into Diablo 4, to be honest. It's weird. It's weird because I had so much fun playing Diablo 3 back in the day. It was a great game after the auction house got like shut down. Before then it was weird. I definitely think it came into its own around like patch 1.8, 1.9, I forget by now, when they essentially changed the way legendaries and set items worked. And rather than just straight up giving you stats and letting people kind of just mess around with runes, they actually made like bespoke builds and stuff. It became an infinitely better game, essentially. You know what? Let's go. We've done airship. What map did I have in mind? had a map and it was on the tip of my tongue. Let me look through here real fast, because I want to do something with sharpshooter. But yeah, let's go Steam Fortress. That's like open enough to try to facilitate some sharpshooter gameplay. I need everything I can get for sharpshooter, man. I'm a bad sharpshooter player, so I need all the help I can get. But yeah, post auction house, Diablo 3 was actually pretty good. And it kept getting better as they ended up pouring more efforts into it, basically. Like, it ended up being quite a good game, in my opinion. And I think there's still quite an active player base, so that probably says something about the quality of the game all on its own. I just don't know if 4 is going to be any good, you know? There's been so many changes at Blizzard recently as well. Like, over the last couple of years. I don't know if anybody that made Diablo 3... like, the game that it is actually, is still involved in the project, you know? I feel like maybe the talent is gone now. I guess it's kind of weird, like, it's just an action RPG, it's pretty formulaic, maybe you don't need talent to make it good, but I don't know, dude, like, there's so much that they can fuck up about it. And like I said, the Battle Pass by itself is not something that I'm a big fan of, like, the idea behind it. I'm sure other games have implemented similar systems successfully, but I can't help, like I just described, my biggest problem is, and I don't think I know what's best for, like, fucking every genre of video game, but with the games that I do play, I got, like, a pretty good feeling of, like, okay, like, my own feelings about these titles probably have some amount of validity. So if I've never caught myself thinking, like, man, oh man, I wish there was just a big old bar I needed to fill up, and I would get to slave away at it daily, but only the amount that is permitted by the developers, aka a battle pass. Like, if I've not caught myself thinking, like, man, I want a battle pass in this game, then I think maybe they don't need one in these kind of games. But it's besides the point, because it's being added, it's already in there. You can actually, if you pre-order, you get battle pass benefits now, which is, again, so fucking weird to me. Like, you actually get to double dip, because I think you get early access to the game for a couple days, and you get probably extra XP gain.
All the ammunition you can.
So I don't know.
Don't spare the cost. It's brutal out there.
Let me get a centerfire. Centerfire is great. Hopefully 39 bullets will be enough. And if not, who cares? We'll live somehow. I'm sure of it.
Prepare to repel invaders.
Wouldn't have minded an area, to be honest.
They're bleeding already.
But you can't always get what you want. I guess I'll look into it. To be honest, I don't even know if I've watched, like, a gameplay trailer at all for Diablo 4. I've seen the cinematic trailer, and it's definitely cool, it's thematic, but I mean, Blizzard has always been really good with the cinematics. I don't think that, like, changed over the years, so I'm not really surprised that it ended up being, like, a cool cinematic intro, basically, but it obviously says nothing about the game. Maybe about the setting, basically. It's like, oh yeah, there's still undead, there's grave robbers, there's, you know, like, Blood Queen Lady, and that's about it. But I want to see gameplay. And more so than see, I would want to feel gameplay. You know, it's at the end of the day, I think it's best to actually try these games out. Like, Diablo 3 does not look good. I would even argue that when it came out, it didn't look good. It was never that pretty of a game. It's got just a ton of particle effects, and overall, at least in my opinion, the combat engine is basically what carries the game, because it's so fun to engage with it. And then they added a bunch of stuff that basically makes it feel more like an arcade that you get to play in, more than anything. With the actual, like, destruction bonuses, getting, like, speed boosts from breaking stuff in the map, getting additional XP from, like, having massive kill streaks. Those are all, like, arcadey mechanics, basically, that make the overall experience a lot better. Same with healing. The fact that, you know, you got, like, health globes and stuff. That didn't always used to be the case. So in that sense, Diablo 3 was never really, like, an action RPG proper after a lot of those updates changed how it worked. But now it's kind of circled back around, because it's been so long that the game has existed, that I think people have now started, like, accepting these mechanics as the thing that works. We never tried the storm cannon. I guess, do we want to try it? Let's give it a shot. The HV storm cannon. Apparently it's not that expensive to fill this up. That is like a weird scope. It's kind of sad that it like doesn't react to my surroundings whatsoever. I feel like the other scopes like do that better, but hey, who am I to say? So apparently this shoots like shock rounds, from what I understand. I guess we'll see it in action in a bit. The animations are not the greatest, but I don't know, like I guess they're okay. It's really the low poly scope is a bit weird. It's a bit strange, isn't it? Oh, okay, so it kind of chains. Is it... Dude, what is this reload? That's bad. That's a very awkward reload. It's very stiff. It's also very long. And I mean, this thing doesn't have a big clip to begin with. Kind of strange. I currently like can't tell if this is a good gun yet or not. I'm not much of a sharpshooter player in the first place, so I don't know if my opinion would hold any water anyway, but the firing sound is like a reused asset, isn't it? It just kind of sounds like a melee weapon hitting a wall. It's a bit strange. So it does chain. It does chain. Apparently it's good at actually taking out the small stuff. There's no alt fire.
Why always the chainsaw?
I think I checked it before, but I wanted to see it again, basically. Oh, 3 shots? That's not so bad. Hey, this is like a pretty good middle-of-the-road weapon from the looks of it. I guess if they, like, build up into a larger horde, then it becomes a lot more useful because of the little, like, arcing shot. I mean, hey, if we can upgrade it, we will, and we'll try to use it for the rest of this. It's not half bad so far. I guess I like it more than the Headhunter, was it? There was another gun that had like a weird mechanic where dealing headshot damage allowed you to do something, and then you'd press a button and it would kill, like, insta-kill stuff around you. It's a cool idea, but it was just kind of awkward in practice, for me at least. Maybe it was just like a first impression kind of thing, and I didn't like it and never went back. Also, 3 shots for the Flesh Pound. I mean, this is a pretty strong weapon, apparently. It also has EMP, so that's actually kind of useful. Yeah, it seems kind of good. I can't wait to see if we can actually upgrade it properly. I was gonna say, like, where do I need to go? We got the circle of doom again. It was just, the arrow was just circling. I mean, we can indeed upgrade it. It's not like a sizable damage increase, but it apparently already deals like high damage, so I guess we don't really need a big damage increase either. It's not half bad. We still have like 6 weight. I guess what could we get next to it for future considerations? What kind of a build could this make? Let's take a look at that. What fits next to it? You could just have another centerfire or a crossbow. I could see the crossbow being kind of useful, because normally as a mainline weapon it's not the best. But if you're just going to use it to take out the big stuff, then I could see like an argument there. And it would kind of work well with the ammo consideration as well. Like, you got this thing to take out hordes, essentially. And then you have your crossbow to take out the big stuff. Because it can stun. It can actually completely render them helpless. I'm a big fan of this map, too. It's just kind of nice. It's not Christmas themed. But hey, they can't all be winners. We're mostly getting out of Christmas now anyway. It's gonna be New Year's soon, so. Okay, I didn't deserve that kill. Rate of fire isn't so bad on this either. I'm surprised.
Let's make you dance.
I kind of want to try on like a large set to see how fast we can dial the shots anyway. The reload is like pretty bad in terms of how it looks, and it's also relatively long, so that is something to keep in mind. But that was kind of cool, for example. Like, we got 1 headshot, but then it killed another duder. The firing sound is bad. Oh, that was, like, pretty sweet, too. I guess, even though it's headshots, like, it looks like a headshot, it doesn't, build your rack 'em up, unfortunately. But, I mean, if it did, maybe that would be really cheap. At the same time, who cares? It kind of should. Again, like, are the Zeds complaining on the official servers? If they are, just take away their posting privileges. Zeds aren't people. There, I said it. Never noticed, like, is the mountain always snowy in the background there? I can't remember, because I usually look more on this side, and here it's less snowy and more just like a random fucking mountain. So now it's a 2-shot with the upgrade. So when I said not a sizable damage increase, I was talking out of my ass, because that's like a pretty big change. And this kind of makes this gun like very, very good. What are hitboxes? I mean, hey, it works. It's kind of fun to use too.
Oh, get moving, mate. This is no time to stop.
We can't upgrade any further, so we'll just have to pick a gun to go alongside it. But looking at it right now, I think we'll use it for the entirety of the boss fight as well, or at least try to. That's always a weird situation with Sharpshooter, because from the raw damage side of things, it should be the best perk for taking down bosses, and it kind of is if you got the right team set up for it. Now, I'm obviously in solo, but then the game is so easy that it shouldn't matter, but I'm just a bad Sharp, basically. I'm not so good with this perk, to say the least. Man, I hate this pod. It's always so far away. Yeah, so we can fit 6 weight. What do we want with that? You know what? Let's have the crossbow. Like, why not? And let's quickly look at the damage. So crossbow does have higher damage, basically. So from a damage consideration, maybe we should use that, but we want to use the new gun. I think you probably would use crossbow bolts for the boss fight, especially because of the stumble power. But we won't do that. We won't be doing that this time. Oh, did he spawn like upstairs and it's not gonna run down from here? No, I guess not. Well, it doesn't seem to do a lot of damage against him. I'm also not really hitting him in his weak points. The feedback on the gun is a little weird too. Like, it's hard to tell, you know, when you're doing something. I wouldn't say it's completely recoilless. It has like stumble power too, though, from the looks of it. Okay, you can just like kill him like right off the bat. Interesting. I mean, this is apparently just a really strong weapon. Great all-rounder. He never even spawned any ads. And we were able to actually like stun him basically before he started running away completely. The firing sound leaves a lot to be desired, but hey, it works. I'm kind of happy that that they made this gun, because it might make Sharpshooter more fun for me, because it's just pretty strong and very easy to use.
It has me.
Oh, we're gonna have to mess around with the sound settings. Let me think. Kind of thinking about. Oh yeah, Outpost. Outpost is a snowy map. Let's go. Yeah, I hope you're enjoying that ringing. We got the gamer ear simulation now. I'm gonna go into the options and actually get rid of that. It's very, very annoying that this happens. Ah, oh, there we go. It's so frustrating that that's like something that can still happen. What perk shall we play? Let's do Commando. We can also get some XP on Commando. We're kind of like, instead of just working away on a handful of perks right now, I guess what we're doing is we're chipping away at a little bit of everything. This was probably like one of the first maps that was added, right? Because I think I saw it in like the trailers and stuff. I've always been a big fan of Outpost. It looks kind of nice. The spawns are a little bit weird on it occasionally, but it's not half bad. It is kind of strange to have the holiday Zeds on this map. Like, it's such a more grim and serious style map. Yo, Kardash, Merry Christmas, mother sucker. I've not heard that expression, sucking a mother, but thank you for enlightening me. Merry Christmas, my man. How have you been? It's been a long time, no see. How has the world been treating you? And perhaps more importantly, how have you been treating the world? Have you done your world domination arc yet? Can we like unite under your banner? Can we have a better life under your leadership? I'd be down. I think honestly, like a change of management for the whole universe would be in order right now. Things are not going great. Let's be real. Something broke along the way, and I think we need new direction. Bro, like my aim is so bad. It's pretty dreadful. I'm gonna blame it on the fact that it's currently, you know, like semi-auto. Oh shit, was I supposed to be doing that? I thought you were doing that. Oh fuck. Yeah, I guess that meeting wasn't completely clear for either of us. I mean, hey, we'll get him next time. It's a new year. You know, people are doing new year, new me. We can do new year, new world domination plans or something. I guess first we gotta figure out, like, who we are in the Pinky and the Brain routine, you know? Like, do you want to be Pinky? Do you want to be the Brain? I don't know. We gotta, like, get the roles figured out. For a second, I nearly just immediately pressed, like, buy. New Year, New World Order. Damn straight. You see, that's a good hashtag. I almost just, like, bought the Sentinel, but it's so shit. Let's get a bullpup instead. This is full auto / burst, I believe, so that gives me a great excuse to just go full auto. I guess I'll buy just all the ammo in the world for it. I mean, you could go semi-auto with it, but why would you? Try to think, did Commando get something new other than the Sentinel recently? But I don't think so. So we'll probably just do like the usual loadout that I tend to go for with this perk, which is fine. I do like this map. It's just kind of nice. You know, video game cold weather is just different because you don't have to feel cold. You can just look at it and it looks pretty. You don't have to actually feel the sub-zero temperatures or close to zero temperatures. And that basically takes away the biggest downside of the cold. And look at those extends. So great. So talented. God, I'm so bad as Commando as well. It's almost like I'm just bad with every precision perk. Anywho, I gotta go to family luncheon. Merry Holidaymas again. Hey man, thanks for dropping in. I hope you have a nice family lunch. Hope you have a good time. Merry Christmas to you and yours. And as always, like, I'm always happy to have you jump in here. Hopefully we'll get to see each other more in, like, the coming weeks or next year. I don't think I'm at a good spot. Like, they kind of drop down from the top there as well. We could probably maybe move to one of the garages and be slightly happier there. The one time I wanted a headshot, I of course did not aim for it, and just kind of figured the game would give it to me. But that's not how this works. If we get enough money, we'll probably just buy, like, an M16, I think. And then have some grenades. That's always a good time. I have grenades now, but I don't have, like, an underslung grenade launcher, and what's the fun in that? Regular grenades are fucking boring. Yeah, we can just pick that up, it's fine. We won't be able to afford all the ammo in the world, but, hey, that's okay. Yeah, I think we can skip, like, our own high-explosive grenades in favor of getting 17 of these things.
Snow brings too many memories.
We could kind of hold out here, but honestly, with this gun, I feel a lot more secure, like, being outside. I think we got the range. If people bundle up, then we can actually hit them with a nade. Should be fine. Oh, we did a thing for Survivalist. Cool. I like Spontaneous Explosion. Didn't even notice that we leveled up there. Kind of neat. We got fairly close when we were actually playing, so I guess it makes sense. You do just get XP for Survivalist from killing regular enemies, basically, so not that surprising in the grand scheme of things, but kind of cool. Yeah, man, I'm totally, like, tapped out on anything to talk about. It's so sad. Don't stream for a week properly, just, like, fuck up my schedule entirely, and then I don't even got nothing to talk about. I guess you know, we could do the whole enjoy the silence kind of stream, but that isn't really me. Let's be honest. That's not really what we do here. kind of weird that they were on fire there, but then I figured it was a husk up the butt. Common cause of that. Oh no, we actually changed into survivalist. Okay, that's a little bit awkward because it's not something I meant to do. I just wanted to actually like okay my thing. I guess it's fine, copium. It is kind of weird that they did that, so that if you essentially ever mess around with your perk settings, it immediately like changes you over to that particular perk, and now it's limited to 1 perk change per round, which is why it didn't take that I ended up pressing it back, because I am supposed to be commando. Yeah, perk changes will be applied at the end of the wave. Kind of silly, kind of silly. I guess I forgot about that. Should be fine for this wave, but... And I guess, you know, we do have the spontaneous explosion, for what it's worth. But I wanted to get some commando XP more than anything, so I'm a little disappointed that it had to be this way. At least we got the area for survivalist. I look forward to actually like grinding the remaining XP for survivalist though. I mean, we're gonna get level 16 for sure with commando, I think, with the boss kill. We should be able to kill a boss, even with our shoddy play that we're producing right now. Should be a-okay.
I love the snow.
Yeah, man, I gotta figure out my schedule for the new year. I just want the HM Tech 501, like, next, in terms of weapons. But as I was saying, I do want to balance some of the stuff better in the next year, basically. So that if we could do some painting stuff, I'd feel a lot better. Because I enjoy streaming, but I do enjoy getting stuff done, like miniature-wise. There's a lot that I could be doing with that. So I'm hoping we might be able to get like a better balance going. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out, I'm sure. Oh, I was gonna skip, but then I don't need to anymore. I wasted enough time. I did an organic skip trader time. I just let it, you know, run out, basically. They are behind me, from the sounds of it. Man, what a fat load of XP that was. I guess, you know, like, we do have some prestige levels on this guy. So it stands to reason they would go a little faster than some of the others. Honestly, Commando is not that bad to play. Like, I think I could still use to be better. Could definitely stand to improve some. But hey, maybe one day we'll get there. And hey, we just got to 16. Didn't even need the boss for it, so... What prestige? This is just prestige 1? I'm surprised. It seems to be going so fast. I guess we're still not in the 20s, though, in terms of, like, levels. We don't have outrageous, you know, needs to actually get those dings. It's really at around level 20 where it becomes ridiculous how much XP you gotta grind just to get your next level up. They did make this game very, very grindy in that sense. Although I also haven't really been doing my due diligence necessarily and making sure that I'm leveling up the fastest possible way. I feel like I could be doing a lot better than I am right now. I still have like some perks that I've never leveled up to 25, such as Sharpshooter, for example. Which is kind of weird because it's such a staple of this game too. But I'm just not a big precision fan, as we've established. Don't hate it, but I'm just not very good with it. I really prefer the chaos perks, like most of the time.
You know how to stay alive out there. A good instinct.
I do like the look of this map. It's just kind of cozy. You can kind of tell, though, that it's like an older one. The graphical fidelity is maybe not the greatest, but hey, it's okay. It's fine. It's good enough. So we do have the medic assault rifle now, for what it's worth. So if we need to like kite a boss basically and heal ourselves, I think we have a pretty easy way of doing that now. I will be skipping the trader time right here, just to see what boss we get. Kind of happy that we got level 16 earlier though, because even if we fail now, we've gotten enough XP apparently, which counts for something. It matters to me. However little, but it matters to me. And that's Matriarch. Let's say... No, it's gonna be over there. Yeah, I was a little out of position, to say the least. Well, I think that's all the grenade action we're gonna get. Because she's gonna get up in our face. So we're actually gonna have to use bullets. As the bullet shoot gunman perk, we're gonna have to actually use our bullets. Incredible. This... I don't think it hit me. Yeah, we took cover just in time. High impact ring around the Rosie gameplay. We are getting our armor absolutely shredded, but yeah, we also don't yet have enough like damage buffs as this perk to really make this fight go any faster. At least we're dodging some of the melee attacks that she's doing in the interim period. It's kind of important to do that because she can pile on the damage otherwise. She's animating all over the place with extreme speed. Just going from one attack to the next. Man, one of these days, we're gonna break your shit. I thought we did break it, but apparently no. Okay, well. Eventually we're gonna get it. We apparently already have like some of her stuff broken, for what it's worth. Nearly half her cannon arm gone too. She's kind of owning the crap out of us, along with her Edars. Kind of wish I had like focused her a little bit more. Alright, so now we're gonna focus on healing ourselves more than anything, rather than fight the boss. I just need to live. That's a big part of winning a boss fight. Again, this should not be this difficult. I'm making it a lot more sloppy than it needs to be. I think we can also poison her now if we really want to. Oh, it goes through the Edar. I was gonna say maybe we'll get blocked, but we had some good grenade placement there though, so I'm not exactly upset. It was kind of a wing it moment. Let me like get back to full health right here. How much damage does this do if you stand in it? Really not that much. Kind of almost a disappointing amount, to be real with you. Could probably switch back on over to the M16, use some grenades, because I think we have like 4 or so now, which is not like a bad amount. A little bit of poison. Alright, let's not get like beaten to death, how about that? We do need to reload. I guess we'll plop this down here and just like take her downtown. Oh, she lived barely, but then she died. It's all good. It was very sloppy. Commando kind of struggles in the boss fights in the first place, and I just make it way worse with my bad plays. But hey, we got done in the end, so that counts for something. Maybe it would have been better to start off with the medic assault rifle. I guess the only reason why I didn't feel that would have been such a great plan, though, is because if I run out of bullets on it, it's kind of like weird to use it just for the grenades, you know, to sustain yourself. It gets a little awkward, because then you gotta like switch over so that you have access to your heal grenades and everything. It's a whole thing, so I don't know. I wasn't a big fan. Wasn't a big fan of that idea. I like Hellmark Station. Let's go there. Also drink some. Get my hydrate on. And I might throw in a little break here, just so that I can go to the bathroom real quick. Give me but a moment. So I'll take care of that before we get into this game. Let me see. Thank you for bearing with. I think music ran out at a certain point, unfortunately, because I wasn't paying that much attention to that. But we are back, and I also bought some water to make a hot herbal beverage for myself, maybe to improve my current condition. Yeah, okay, I don't think we figured out what we're going to play here, so let's think about that briefly. You know what, I just saw Medic. Let's do Medic. There's no real reason, because we don't have a use for XP as Medic, but why not? Why not just jump in? I can tell that my voice is getting even more nasally. My fucking nostrils are getting more congested by the minute. Even though I thought I was out. You know, just when I thought I was out, they pull me back in with the sickness, apparently. But not disturbed, I don't think. But we appear to be going down with the sickness. But yeah, I would really like to be healthy, is the big thing. It's been over a week, man. Like, can I just be healthy? It's just supposed to be a random cold. I just want to feel good again. So let's do that. Maybe medic, some medic gameplay can heal me, you know? Let's do it like that. Let's think of it like that. Man, I kind of forgot I would need more than one headshot for that guy. Like, that was real cool, like scanning the room, enter, you know, boom boom boom, and then hey, it turns out you gotta hit him like a couple times for it to take. He's not one of those guys that goes down quick. But that's okay, that's okay. Glad to have taken that break at any rate, because my legs were feeling like not so great from just like sitting. Hey, you know what? I don't want to die right now. So let me just heal myself up, get a bunch of like damage boosts, and also kill everybody all around me. Average medic moment. I don't really know why I decided to go into that stairwell. There's no real reason for me to be there right then. If I want to go down, I guess I could have just jumped it and then healed. But I wasn't thinking straight. They have like a skin that's basically this suit of armor, right? I know there's a cardboard suit that you can wear that's kind of funny. Oh, there's still something else I gotta do. I just remembered. I might need to free up some space on my PC, because I think Tuesday I might be playing the Steam version of this with a couple friends. I think there is crossplay, but I don't know if they fixed it before, because it was very, very buggy when they added it. So at the time, a lot of my friends, this was about a year ago, ended up just getting the Epic Games version. But a friend of mine now is getting into Killing Floor 2, but he only has a Steam version, and I don't know if we'll be able to party up, because we had issues in the past where we weren't able to see each other, basically. I mean, hey, why would you grab anything other than the heal thrower? It's just so easy to use. We're gonna be very boring. This isn't exactly, like, exciting gameplay time. It's just chill medic for, I don't know, I want to say another probably 10 minutes. The boss fight might take a little bit longer, if anything, because medic is not bad in a boss fight, though. It's just that I wouldn't say that I'm good with it. But we can probably just use the incision to speed things up. Once we get it, for the time being, we'll just, you know, spray healy stuff at people and let them die. I think the only reason I'm moving closer here is really to have them, like, spawn a little bit closer. Hopefully we can get the wave done even faster like that. I do need to be cognizant of the fact that we have, you know, just the starting ammo for this gun and nothing more, which is fine, but, you know, we can't just, like, go crazy with it and spray everywhere. Gotta be mindful of our ammo usage, at least a little bit. What a dodge. He's a gamer? We'll just let the damage of time, you know, do what it does best. We can also increase our own damage by just, you know, doing some drugs, also known as healing ourselves. Yeah, I don't want you to suicide attack me. That's not so much fun for me. Alright, fine. The Eater is going to be kind of a problem, because turns out poison is not very effective against robots. But I think, you know, if you apply enough of it, it's going to work. And his head already gave out. We must have gotten the rare gas headshot, you know? Always a good time. I don't think it's going to be incision time just yet. Because it's, what, 1,600 to get that gun? 1,500. Excuse me. I'll just get an autofill, because we haven't really had, like, full armor all this time, which is kind of okay. And then next round, I think we'll grab the incision. Let's just skip this, man. Let's just keep fighting. I like this spot anyway, this one corner. Although I think we're a little bit more restricted range-wise than normal with just the heal thrower, but it could probably work. I mean, it's just hard. It should be absolutely a-okay, even with the quarter pounds. Again, it's gonna be like kind of a messy way of taking him down, but the damage over time will kill him eventually. That or old age, you know, whichever happens first. We're not picky. And the rest of the wave is basically like a pushover for us right now. Medic is also very, very good at taking out the trash, especially with the heal thrower. And I mean, now we can totally go crazy, because we got another 500 rounds for it, if you will. It's not really rounds, it's just a bunch of healing gas, I guess, compacted into a tube that we just insert into it. It's definitely a weird gun, the heal thrower. Like, does it also... I guess it doesn't drop anything in the overworld, unlike the firebug weapons. Kind of a shame, but I get it. It would be kind of neat, though, to get a good look at what the actual clip looks like. Okay, so the big guy over here... Again, it's not going to be pretty, but we can just do this. We can just, like, try to mend him, basically, and poison the crap out of him. Eventually, he's going to poison panic and stop attacking. Or just die. You know, that works, too. That's fine. I'm okay with that. That's free armor. We don't really need a lot, but, hey. It's free. Why not take it? Why not take it at that point? I'm a big fan of this map as well. Like, it's pretty neat looking. Although it is a Halloween one, not really Christmas themed at all. And hey, we got our loadout. So now the big guys are gonna be a lot more elegant to take down, because we can actually apply some burst damage. I think I'll just go back downstairs. I didn't have so much fun up top here on wave 1. Mostly because of my own shitty decisions, but we can just move downstairs and enjoy the hell crystals down here. It's pretty great. Some of them kind of look like massive turds, to be honest, more than anything. But a couple of them look like actual malevolent, you know, constructs bursting from hell. I guess they can't all be winners. Even Satan gets tired of making hell crystals and sometimes just phones it in, you know? Those are the ones that look like turds. But I mean, hey, you gotta sympathize with the man. He's been stuck down in hell for how long now? And like the only thing he gets to do is corrupt souls and make hell crystals. After a certain point, you know, you get bored of it. No matter how much you like your profession, there comes a point when it just becomes a job. I guess we could also do like a very, very elegant bloat takedown if I could hit the head, actually. This is the first time we've gotten Z time too. And it's logical that the turd is down there in hell. I mean, exactly. Where would turds go? They go down the drain, and hell is also like below us. So basically, all those things flow downwards. Exactly. So hell is basically just a reservoir of poop. It's just pee pee poo poo all the way down. I think we got the headshot. We can also just get this man off of us by using one of those little Healy darts. Sir, can you just like stop? Thank you. I wanted to be in that little corner, and now they're making me get out of that corner. It's sad. Well, you're still alive. Are you a different guy? I forgot. Apparently he hit the Gorefest in all of that. I'm mostly just hitting him in the chest, which is not like the best, to be honest with you. But it works nonetheless. That was a clean headshot with the heal thrower, of course. I guess we could also do some reload cancel shenanigans with the incision. Need to remember that that's like a huge DPS increase. Could have also just made some tea, to be honest. But, hey, I haven't had one of these today. I was kind of hoping that I wouldn't need to. Because I, once again, was in the belief that I was getting healthier. And maybe I am, but, not completely. We're not there yet. Yeah, this is a full loadout. We can't really do much, essentially. Although, we also don't... Well, I guess we could get a spare gun. Just throw it on the floor. Because we're about to have the boss fight. Maybe not the boss fight of our lives, but definitely a boss fight. Get a second heal thrower because that thing eats ammo like a diaper. I don't think I've heard that line before. You should see them any second now. Try to die with dignity. That's kind of a new one. Maybe they're just really, really rare. It's Hans. I mean, Incision should probably do like a number on him until we get tired of actually shooting his weak point. And then we'll just go into, like actually throwing fucking gas at him because we're bored. That's basically how this fight is gonna go. That's my forecast. We could also just heal thrower him from the get-go because we got so much ammo. He spawned very far away. And he's still very distant. Our relationship is not doing so well. Me and Hans, it's on the rocks. It's like a good whiskey. It's on the rocks. I mean, that was a sussy kick. I don't think I was actually in range. You know what? Like, we can just do this and literally, like, not burst him down, but just apply a bunch of damage over time to him. It's not even been, like, one clip. Okay, like, you're not supposed to just hold the button down like that, by the way. Because you get more mileage out of it if you actually, like, tap it. Oh, I should at least attempt to run away from that. And actually probably, you know, move away from the explosion. Can we get his shields? Yes, his pathing was not the best, to put it elegantly. Did he even, like, throw them anywhere? Man, like, you need to get better aim with those grenades, Hans. You gotta work on that. That was disappointing. You just tried to kill a staircase. The game's called Killing Floor, not Killing Staircase. Amateur hours. Real amateur hours. Let's find another map. That was some high-impact meta gameplay. I'm pretty sure I was right about the time, too. It did end up being essentially, like, 12 minutes. Oh, Nuked is always a big favorite of mine. It is not holiday-themed, but hey, we've established that Christmas is gone. Christmas is over. Well, technically not yet, but it's going to be over. Today. So I hope you got your Christmas on. I hope you enjoyed your time with Christmas. It's canceled forever. Well, at least for a year. Let's do some Berserker. We could do Bloodsickle. We could actually do a Bloodsickle run. Have some fun with that. Let's do it. We'll probably not even go to the pod after this wave, because there's no reason for us to really do that, as it turns out. We're not gonna get a different weapon, because we'll save our money so that we can get the Bloodsickle. I do want somebody else to attack me so that we get the parry bonus. Thank you, sir. I knew I could count on you. Hate blows. Simple as. So difficult to headshot sometimes. Due to my lack of skill. More than anything, but I will complain about it. And I will put the blame on them, clearly. The gamer way. I mean, hey. It's simple. Berserker is still overall like pretty simple to play, especially on like low difficulty. I guess we could like pick up some ammo boxes, because technically our 9mm isn't full yet, and we can also get some more grenades. So we might as well go over to the pod, but we're not gonna be buying anything. We're saving our cash. Saving our cash for next round, because with 922 we could get something like a fire axe or something, but I don't really see the reason to do that when I think we need 1600 to get the Bloodsickle, and if we just don't buy anything now, it's gonna be like way easier to afford that. Plus, you can actually upgrade that thing too. Yeah, it's actually 1500. So we just need like a little bit more, but it does have an upgrade that costs just as much. So the total investment for the weapon is like 3k, making it one of the most expensive weapons in the game.
Hurry up.
Although
Zeds are
debatable,
getting
because I
closer.
think if you take like a tier 2 gun and then actually go through all the trouble of upgrading it, it's probably going to be way more expensive. Because you got to funnel like 650, is it, what is it, like 500, 750, and then 1500 would be to basically bring it up to tier 5. So that alone is a couple thousand. But then tier 2 guns are usually like pretty cheap to start with. So I don't know, like 3k for one weapon is a lot of money, let's be real. The 2k weapons are actually like fairly expensive as it is. You gotta plan how you're gonna get them at the best of times. Takes a little while, so something that costs 3k. I guess it's not a down payment though, because you know you need like 1500 first and then another 1500 for the actual upgrade. So it works a lot better in that regard. Someone is dropping that nuke. Again, I feel like this is another one of those maps that is really like cool in utilizing stuff that you can only really do in video games. So like, I would not want to go into an actual nuclear explosion. I would not want to be near a nuclear detonation. If I get to choose how my life goes, then that's something that I wouldn't mind not necessarily experiencing. But in a video game, it's kind of cool to witness. And hey, there's like zero risk of radiation poisoning like this, which is kind of nice. It allows you to live. Apparently, there's a husk. There is no more husks, because we killed them. Well, I'm hoping that it's just the one.
Perfect.
It was just the one. It is just wave 2, so
Let's get you
stands to reason that there would only be one. Let's get that blood sickle and have some fun. Become a Reaper Man. The son of a Reaper Man. Very, very, very famous song.
Glad you made
I'm sure
it
you've heard of
back.
it.
Don't bleed on anything.
I guess we could have also done like a Frostfang style thing, but I'm not really that in the mood for that. It's the blood sickle.
We're almost out of
Ah,
time.
yes, be bloodborne now, boys. I mean, hey, we're not gonna open it because it's so much slower with that.
Time's up.
It's really the heavy attack that is like scary how slow it becomes. Could have also bought armor, but I guess we don't need that. We're pro gamers. Yeah, the actual like close attacks with it are just so good because the attack speed is like almost dizzyingly fast. Still a little bit weird, this like heavy attack being like 2 attacks in one. Still kind of throws me for a loop. Plus sometimes I swear it's like so difficult to hit with the first one. I don't know what it is. I'm not sure how they decided to make the actual like melee weapons work in this game though. Because I know in Left 4 Dead they basically work like kind of like shotguns almost. They have what is essentially called hit rays there. So a lot of the time the big swing animations and stuff truly matter. They make a huge difference in how the various weapons function. It's one of the reasons why I really prefer the two-handers in Left 4 Dead. Most folks really like stuff like the machete, and I mean I can see why. It's like great attack speed, sure, but the hit rays are like god awful with it. You can miss somebody that's like clearly on your screen, and that's a little frustrating for me. So like a fire axe or a guitar is like way more fun for me in that game. But yeah, I got like a, I don't know, some kind of an understanding of the melee mechanics in Left 4 Dead, and like I know that, you know, your directional melee with other weapons matters. With this one, I think it's mostly, like for the heavy attack it doesn't, which again might mean that other people might not like this weapon. I don't know the consensus on it at all. The way it would work normally, I guess we can show it with the knife, really. So you get a different animation, like I'm doing like a kind of backhand attack almost, whereas it's an overhead if I press forward before. And it has like sliding damage numbers as far as I know. So for example, the overhead attacks, so if you press forward as you're attacking with a lot of the melee weapons, do more damage than the other ones. But in a lot of cases, it's still pretty good to backpedal and attack with melee weapons, because even though I think it's like 5% less damage than some of your other other attacks, the other animations, the attack speed is often faster. It's very noticeable with the battle axe, at least. It might be a bug though, because I think it doesn't line up. Like your attack happens before the animation kind of happens. You can see it on walls and stuff. It's a little bit weird. But for now, we'll just actually use the Blood Sigil. It works fine. And the fact that you can upgrade it to make it even better is kind of cool, too. We have one more wave before the boss anyway. We're just here to have a good time. I'll wait the actual 14 seconds and take a sip in the meantime.
Last chance. I have to power down the pod.
I can't tell if the Blood Sickle is supposed to be more of like an improvised weapon.
Go make it
Like
to
surely
us.
it's just kind of put together, but I don't know. It's not bad though. I kind of dig it. I wish that the attack speed was like better when you actually extend it out. Because I guess it looks cooler, but it's just not like that great to use at that point. We're just gonna spam heavy attack though until the cows come home, because that's what you do. At least that's what I do with Berserker. Any chance I get.
A solid start, but
Lots of Z time that we don't actually need, but hey, I guess I'm not gonna complain. Kind of weird that the weapon also doesn't have like blood buildup like a lot of the other ones. They did kind of phone it in with this one, didn't they? Still kind of like it though overall. I guess I'm tasteless. I was gonna say, like, I'm moving a lot faster than I thought I was, but it was mostly being knocked back from the back. Yet, like, the double attack is a little bit weird. I'm not, like, so used to the timing on it yet. Even though I've used this weapon a lot by now, I feel. It's not half bad, though. And I genuinely just like anything that chunks enemies. It's just cool. Anything that makes chunky salsa out of the Zeds is great in my book. And I mean, that's why we heavy attack. That's why we actually battle axe heavy attack every single time. That's a bad time to run out of Zed time, huh? I think we'll be okay, though. Yeah, I can't help but think that even with, like, the 2 flesh pounds on this difficulty and the amount of health that we have, we should be completely a-okay. Just swing wildly and be fine with it. I wonder if this has, like, any damage over time. But I don't think it has a bleed mechanic. It would make sense for it a little bit with the name, but I don't know if it has anything like that.
you really shredded that flesh
Maybe
back
something they
there.
might add in the future, who knows?
Impressive.
You know what I still need to check out? Darktide, actually. I got the better PC, but I still haven't tried Darktide out. So maybe that's something I'll look into in the future and see about actually streaming it too. Could be fun, could be fun. The smart thing to do would be to get a gun next to this, so that if we end up having Abomination, then I guess at least we have like a damage component that we can use while we're kiting, instead of just like straight running away. So let's pretend to be smart. Let's do that and hope for the best, I guess. And hey, if we don't end up doing it, then that might also be okay anyway. If I get the chance, I'd just rather kill anything with the Blood Sickle right now, because it's kind of cool. It's like a new weapon,
Break time's over.
and it's fun to use, even if the heavy attack is a bit on the wonky side. I guess I got my wish, because it's King Fleshbound. So he's not gonna let us do much other than melee him. He's gonna be in our face the whole time. I at least don't have to worry about not getting my parry bonus, huh? That was a block, though, more than anything. Yeah, we don't have to worry about losing that parry bonus anytime soon. We should try not to get, like, completely boxed in. Oh, that's going to be annoying. The ground pound when he does the AoE is going to be, like, frustrating. Because it's going to shred our armor first, and then our health. He is just throwing us around. Do need to heal. Unfortunately, we can't just, like, stand in front of him and live through the power of regeneration and also a bit of parrying. They took that from us. Never forget what they took from you. King Fleshpound mostly took my life from me right now. Got close to death there. Closer than I would want to be, for sure. Kind of hoping he doesn't... I was gonna say, like, yeah, that's annoying, because he's below us, so we can't really do the classic crouch to avoid damage strat there. Yeah, he's a mean motherfucker, huh? At least we can avoid this attack now. I mean, the regen on Berserker is not so bad. You do need to, like, kind of kite, and then that's how you'll get your health back. Used to be that you could stay in the mix and be fine. Long time ago. But hey, we got a needle for a reason, so I guess I shouldn't really complain. I don't really want to go into a corner, that's the big thing. So if we can avoid that, I would love that. We should be able to just kill him now if we actually go in and get some meaningful hits, but I don't think he's going to let us, sadly. Oh boy, ammo. How wonderful. Yeah, like, that would have been better if we had the parry to begin with, for the damage bonus, obviously. There we go. Again, sloppy as fuck, but we got it done in the end. And I think, like, it's really not the fault of the weapon. It's just, you know, since they adjusted the stats on King Fleshpound, he's kind of hard to take care of just with melee. But, I'm not really going to complain. It's weird that there's no third-person animation for the parry/block on this. Kind of a weird one, but who am I to say? I'm not a games developer, so maybe it's alright. Let's see a map from way downtown here. Ooh, Spillway's such a good one. Probably the most chill map in the whole game. That's why I call it Chillway. Don't yet know what we're gonna play. I think there's some stuff that we haven't really touched, such as Gunslinger. I think it might just be Gunslinger, actually, that we haven't done, because we just did Berserker, we did Commando before, we've definitely done Support, because we thought we had a daily for that, but then it changed on us, we did Medic, we did Demo, we did Firebug, we did Sharp, and we did SWAT, and we did Survivalist. Yeah, it is Gunslinger time. We'll figure out a loadout. I don't yet know what I'm in the mood for. Although, that's kind of a lie. It's probably going to be Glock 16, like 16C, I believe. Just easy rack 'em up from like wave 2 onwards. And then I don't know what we'll get next to it, but hey man, Gunslinger is great though. It's kind of what prestige am I on with this? It's still just 1. I was about to say, like, because I don't want to level this guy up completely. I'm kind of keeping him as a reward for myself. I would much rather do, like, for example, Sharpshooter a couple times. Although with the new, like, Storm Cannon gun, Sharpshooter might be a lot more fun too. That seems like a really good weapon for solo. So maybe it's gonna be alright, as long as we have access to DLC stuff. I'll have to do some research about the crossplay stuff for next week. Because I don't know if they bothered to fix any of the problems we had. The big issue that I had back in the day, about a year ago, was people from Steam were not always visible in your friends list, even if you merged those accounts. So it was very difficult to set up a game as a consequence, because you couldn't invite the people that you wanted. And, you know, we were both in-game, but it just didn't work for some reason. Let's get that Glock 18C. It's a pretty good time. I'll just get all the ammo for it in the known universe, because why not? And, hey, we'll just get back into the thick of it.
Will we never tire of spilling blood?
Yeah, because if I could get away with not having to download another 90 gigabytes, then it would be kind of neat, in all honesty. I'd be into that. Like, I have bad, I guess, like, PC storage management in the first place. Not so good with that. Usually don't have that much room on the PC, ever. So having to find, oh, I don't know, the 50 gigs worth of space, probably doable, but if I don't have to, then, you know, I'm not going to. God, man, this gun is so fun. It completely goes against the base concept of Gunslinger, you know, with the revolvers, but the fact that you get those rack-em-ups, you get the very nice dings, it's just fantastic. Quick reloads as well. Oh, we still will get a chance to dual wield as well, which is even sicker. Not to be confused with the sickle, you know, we did that before. I mean, hey, let's just get another one. What could go wrong? We have the funny sex number Dosh, so we cannot fail. At this point, we are doing God's work, clearly. Truly blessed. Let's not wait any longer. I might just upgrade the crap out of these and use them as the main thing for this run. I guess we'll see what could fit alongside them, because I don't know from memory. They're pretty great. And the skin on them is like fucking sexy too. Like, look at that shit. It looks nice. It's pretty. The recoil is something you gotta like be mindful of, as it turns out. Cause it do be going crazy all the time if you're not careful. Not so happy about this area, and you know, like it's not ideal, but I guess we do need the XP. But maybe need is too strong of a word. I want it more than anything. And at the end of the day, I am a slut for XP. Just like how most people are sluts for money. Just have more integrity about it. I'm all about the experience, you know? Ah, the wonderful dings of a well-built rack-em-up. Guess we should heal. We're kind of taking a bunch of damage. Not really avoiding the attacks so much as standing in it and just shooting. Which is alright, but there's a reason why Gunslinger's movement speed is so useful. You can avoid a ton of like shit coming towards you. And this is definitely a great perk to play. Like I said, I would want to save most of the leveling on this guy for later, so that we can have like some almost marathon sessions at a certain point. Yeah, let's just upgrade it, man. So what is even gonna fit next to it? We have 5 more weight basically to play with. What could we stick in there?
Trying to phase me again?
I guess we could have dual rhinos. I don't tend to use those. Maybe dual desert eagles. Whatever we get, we're probably not going to actually use it a lot. It's the big, real truth moment here. Because we're going to have a lot of fun using these, and that's kind of the end of it. But I guess we'll have to put something there, because we have the room. So still just a final wave, though. In my mind, I'm already thinking about the boss. I don't know why. We're not really, like, in a hurry to do anything. On the contrary. Man, he hit me. How dare he? Surprised that she lived as well. Okay, let's just get a quick reload. I always forget with this gun if it's better to do the tactical reload or to just do the mag dump. Because I think with Desert Eagles, you're better off mag dumping every single time. Because the tactical reload actually is like longer. Okay, so that's a tactical reload, that's pretty fast. I guess we'll do like a full empty and then see, but I'm pretty sure in this case it's better to do the tactical reload.
When you're done, I can reopen the trader.
Urge to press reload, mounting, and rising. Now I wanna like see the animation to kind of figure it out. Let's see. Yeah, the actual tactical reload is better in terms of speed. Makes sense, but it's not like that on every single gun. I mean, obviously Z-time reload is the best that we can do, because it's even faster. Is that just like a random bloat over there, trying to do his best? It's a Scrake. Man, got those 5 stacks pretty fast, didn't we? Alright. Very close pod, love to see it. So now we gotta figure out what we're gonna put next to it. Yeah, the Disruptor is a gun that exists. I keep forgetting about that too. You know what? I don't think we're gonna use them, but we can definitely like have the Desert Eagles. And if nothing else, they look cool. But yeah, I guess I'll show what I mean. So like, that's the full empty reload. This is the tactical. So in this case, I think it is better to mag dump with these. Alright, let's get into it. I feel like this is a pretty good like piece of cover that we can use. We can run around it.
More Zeds on the scope. Back to it, mes amis.
Oh, he's close.
Someone dismembered properly.
He's literally around the corner from us, I think. He's in the spot that I was just in. Yup. He's just right here. The smart thing would be to get like 5 rack 'em up. And then like switch over to the Desert Eagles, I think, to use the damage bonus. And I guess we could do that. Yeah. Can we like just chase him down? Probably. Should have like done a tactical reload with that. Oh, we can still kill him. We have like such great line of sight from there. Spent all that time thinking about what reload was more efficient, and then we didn't even use that knowledge because we're idiots. But it all worked out in the end. It's such a weird walking animation. Like, the run animation looks good, but we look like we shat our pants with the walking animation. Kind of awkward, man. Let's see. Kind of feel like doing Elysium for some reason. Well, that's the herbal drink gone. Hopefully it'll help. Maybe it's just placebo, but I feel a little bit better. Probably placebo. I don't think anything, especially herbal stuff, would work that fast. But you never know. You never quite know. Let's see. What do we want to play? We're kind of free to pick anything now. There's a bit in me that wants to do sharpshooter, but so many areas in this map are awful for it. It's really only this initial arena that you also get to use for the boss fight that could be described as well suited for sharp. You know what? Let's do SWAT though. I want to grind some more XP for SWAT. You best make hay while the sun is still up. Now the sun isn't up where I live, and we also didn't get our free pistol, unfortunately. So, yeah, but let's just try to get some more XP on SWAT, is what I'm trying to say. I guess we'll be reasonable and use semi-auto. It's sad, it hurts me. And because of the number of ammo boxes on this map, it's very tempting to change firing mode immediately, but I'll resist. Let's build some good habits. And I mean, hey, popping heads is fun. We can also just, like, abuse our movement speed a little. Fast SWAT, man. We've been on the fast SWAT mindset for a while now, rather than heavy armor. Never thought I would turn into a fast SWAT. But it might be the way, because I definitely see the appeal now. You do get to avoid a ton of attacks, and kite boss is significantly better. Makes sense. Extra movement speed, apparently more valuable than just like, oh, I can't, my health can't be degraded as long as I have armor. It's just that doesn't do anything after you lose your armor, obviously. Could also go for a Tommy gun. I don't know if I want to. I've not really tried it though. You know what? Let's do something different. Man, this skin looks beaten up, huh? It's not exactly factory new. We'll get teleported anyway. We got full ammo. I guess I shouldn't have like spent that much money on it, considering there's so many ammo boxes. But as we established, we've also like we're not currently running an armor-based build, so it also feels like a little weird to just invest into like armor. It's not gonna do us that much good, basically. It's gonna be helpful, mind, but it's not gonna change the world for us. And the reload on, like, the recoil on this is not so great, huh? I thought I saw, oh yeah, there's an ammo box. It looked like a gun for a second.
Let's make you dance.
I don't know, man. The recoil and the damage are both pretty bad on the Tommy gun. Maybe there's a reason why I don't tend to use it. Maybe I'm just complaining because I'm bad. There's a high chance of that too. I think maybe, you know, I should be using the full extent of my fast SWAT abilities and just aiming down sights, but then I realize that the iron sights on this as well are just goddamn awful. And I would rather not. I'd rather hip fire at that point. If it's between looking down this fucking toaster, or at least what looks like a toaster, and hip firing, and being less accurate as a consequence, I'd rather just complain and be less accurate. I don't want to fucking look down like a toaster. Look at this shit. Looks like it could fit like 2 pieces of bread in there. I think this is a great kitchen appliance, but it's not good iron sights though. I mean, we complain a lot, but I think we're doing fine. It's also never been a challenge, because we don't put the difficulty up too high. But that's just the kind of person I am, man. Let me also not hit this person at all. How about that? I mean, hey, we'll get an actual gun this time, because we have the financial resources available for that. We brought some of the trees with us from the previous area. It's actually not bad to have those. Those are pretty valuable for cover for the boss fight. So this gets us to 1600. We should do something different. You know what we didn't do last time, and it's kind of fun? Let's get the G36, the assault rifle, as it's known around these parts. Get some armor at least. Pretend to be useful. And I mean, hey, we could abuse the fact that there's 1,000,001 ammo boxes now. Although with only 14 seconds on the clock, we might not reach this one. Kind of picked the wrong one to run to. You never know, maybe it'll respawn. Oh, there's this box. Can we reach it in time? We did. Fantastic. I need to remember that on this map, it's basically pointless to just get an autofill on ammo. Because as long as you're going to be in this arena, there's so many boxes scattered all over the place. It's funny because when this map was released, it was so much worse. You would run out of ammo constantly. They didn't have any ammo spawns. I don't know if that's just something that they changed, or if it was like an actual design decision by the original creator, where they just didn't want to have ammo. But it's weird if that's the case, right? Like, I feel like you'd want to have as many ammo boxes as possible, almost. Yeah, this gun is like pretty good still. I like it for the boss fights especially. It can be pretty useful against the armored bosses. I guess the rate of fire isn't like crazy. Kind of interesting to have a SWAT weapon that isn't the total bullet hose. Nice change of pace, I suppose. I like to, well, I don't even like to, but I feel like you gotta change it up a little bit every now and then, because if I just keep going and doing nail gun and Chris, it's a little boring, I think. Yeah, this is what I mean though, like, the more mobility that we have against quarter pounds is super useful. Because like right now we're not even getting hit, basically. Like, he reached us because he raged, but that's about it. And that's kind of the first hit we've taken this whole time. Well, this wave. Last wave with the Tommy gun, we complained and got hit a bunch. We got pushed around a little bit. So I know I just said that we don't want to do an autofill, but I don't know if I'm serious about that or not. What should we get alongside this is the big question. So we could grab a stunner. Don't like it so much though, to be honest. The Bastion's too expensive right now. Bastion would fit, and we'd have 1 weight to apply an upgrade, which could be an upgrade for this. You know what, let's just upgrade this, and see if we can't get some ammo. It's usually a box here as well, but not this time apparently. All the far away locations got the boxes. Bit unfortunate.
You earned the money. Now spend it.
We will get teleported. Can we reach this? No, we can't. Yeah, that's fine. Usually there's some boxes like in these parts too, although I'm a lot less confident like going around this map. It has a lot of like abrupt corners and places where you can easily get jumped. Not the biggest fan of that. I will pick up a gun for free money basically. Looks like money's on sale today. What a useful Z time. I guess we could use it on that big lad over there, but it's a bit far away from my taste. I don't know if I actually deal extra damage to him, because I don't think he has armor. So we don't really bypass anything with the armor-piercing rounds. But this thing deals relatively hefty damage now that it's upgraded. Oh, and apparently the boxes do spawn relatively fast. I was happy to see that. I'm still kind of thinking about doing like a Diablo 3 stream. I went like real silent there for a sec because I was just thinking like, how would that go? What would that be like? I guess in order to see, I would have to try. So maybe we'll do that sometime next week. I wouldn't mind doing some greater rifts potentially. Grinding some stuff. I was doing solo after a little bit of help from a good friend of mine. I was able to push into Greater Rift 90, like solo, which is significantly higher than I was doing before, for sure. Can't remember what my best was before then. But I did essentially stop playing Diablo 3 for, I want to say like 6 years or so. Before picking it back up over the last week or so. It's still pretty fun. It's still pretty fun, although I've apparently forgotten half the mechanics. So it's very, very weird. It was a big kind of culture shock moment to go back in and try to figure stuff out again. I remember it was really, really awkward actually because I remembered my build. And I know how it works because I basically have run the same build for probably 700 hours on one character. It's always been a bunch of buffs and then like basically one Fury Spender. It's a Barbarian, as I think I mentioned before. And it just wasn't working, is the problem that I faced. So I had the build itself, it was you know, set up properly in terms of skills, in terms of the actual sets and whatnot, but it wasn't working. And I couldn't figure out why until I remembered that there is the Heradric Cube, and you get to, you know, select some legendary effects in there, and apparently all of it was cleared. So I was basically missing like 3 legendary effects for no actual reason. It just wasn't there. None of it was there. So my build just didn't work as a consequence. But now that I sorted that out, it actually works the way I remember it to, and it has been improved again with a little bit of help. So I got different weapons now, still got the same set bonuses, but overall it seems to be working a lot better, and I can push into some solo Greater Rifts. So it's not been bad. The holiday event with like the little holiday gift bags that drop from the Greater Rift Guardians has been super fun. Getting those crafting materials is great because you don't actually have to do bounties basically. Although I don't mind the bounties, but I don't know. Ran into some issues because in terms of toughness, my character is like struggling a little bit. Apparently not survivable enough for some of the bosses. So like Belial was literally one-shotting me every single time. And that's kind of frustrating, to say the least, because he's got an attack that almost like hits the whole fucking screen. And he was one of the bounties I would have had to do. She's shooting through the tree. Do not be alarmed. Be not afraid. It's merely against the rules to do that, but who cares, I guess. So she doesn't have a gun anymore. That's good for us. We could like just be doing this, to be honest. Like these are actually good optics on the weapon too. And I mean, it makes it a lot simpler to just shoot her bits. Although, it doesn't change the fact that I think we're best at mid-range, and now we're kind of long-range in it. Is she gonna reach us? No, thankfully not. I mean, hey, elegantly done, all things considered. We kind of did our job, did it well enough, and it nearly got us a whole entire level. Look at my health and armor, though. We got the funny sex number in terms of the armor, and we got, you know, the mirror image of that for health. Let me ruin that. Ah, there we go. I love ruining things. Always been good at it. We could stand to do, like, some more games, for sure. The thing I'm thinking about, though, is maybe getting into... Should we try, like, to do our last daily? What was it? It was a rig on Suicidal, I think. Yeah, why not? You know what? Let's move back to the main menu for a brief moment. And actually do rig, since we can just play whatever perk we want. We've gone through all of them right now. Let me set it up, and we'll probably just play something easy like, oh, I want to say Firebug. Boring, I know. Very, very boring, but let's do it anyway. We'll just get that daily out of the way, because it's not, like, outside of the realm of possibility to get it done, so I might as well do that, I suppose, while we're here. And I was thinking that afterwards we might jump into some endless games. That could be fun, I think. I think it could be a good time. Alright, let's get in here. Let's see what we can see. This is not a bad looking map either, to be honest. It's kind of cool. Like, oil rigs are kind of neat. They're an interesting location. Oh, I was about to say, where did you spawn? There's a hole in the wall, apparently. It looked like he just kind of fell over, which is why I was concerned. I was concerned for my fellow man. Update news. Horizon News, Paris. Apparently there's an error. Apparently he's also just like crawling through the fire without being burnt. I'm very surprised by the number of Zeds, but I suppose we are on Suicidal now. It's been a long time since I've been on Suicidal. There will be more rioters, and they'll actually do like a rally as well. That's a big reason why we should try to take those guys out when we see them. We'll probably do Thermite Bore again, as boring as it is. It's just very, very effective. I like the ground fire a lot, to be fair. There's a ton of other, you know, loadouts that we could try, but I don't know if we want to. I definitely don't want to go flamethrower only. As much fun as it is, I think on Suicidal we might run into the issue of it's not really going to be doing what we want it to do. We could probably get through most of the waves with it. Perhaps we'd struggle a little bit with the big Zeds near the final, but the boss would most likely kill us. And I don't know the ammo box placement so well on Rig, and I don't know how dense it gets in terms of ammo placement either. So we could very easily actually run out of fuel in the first place, and that's kind of awkward. Even if we have a secondary gun, it's not really good to have to resort to that unless you really want to. So I think we'll just do our usual loadout is essentially what I'm getting at right now. That's most likely going to be the case. We'll just stick to what we know, have a good time with that, and get this done. And then we might move into, we could do like 1/2 like endless games before we end stream tonight. So that could be a fun time. Could also go incendiary rifle, but I'm not like the world's biggest fan of that. Man, I'm getting like very, very tired all of a sudden. I think I think I should still be able to last. It just like caught up with me, I guess. I had like a big old yawn and everything. After I got back from the break, I felt a lot more relieved. Turns out that's what happens when you actually take care of your bodily functions and all that. I don't know any of these spawn points on this map. Like, I have no clue. Oh no, they vandalized the pond.
Let's make sure.
Triton shipping, huh?
Stay dead,
I mean, hey, I found one ammo box. That's gotta count for something. As cool as this map is, and it might just be like my gamma settings, they're way up high, because for YouTube in the past, it seemed like the thing to do, because the actual, like, you know, dark corners of the map are fucking impossible to see anything in. But, like, it seems way too clean, you know? It almost seems cartoony, this map, compared to a lot of the other grittier ones that we've seen. It's not the worst, but I guess I'm just not such a big fan of it. Yeah, I headshot you, come on now. It's kind of fun, like, just patrolling this elevator. They spawn, like, down there, only have one way up. People around are pretty easy to see. Seems to work pretty well. I think he lived somehow, but we can take care of that real quick. Big range on that vomit, huh? Should have reloaded more. I do love the Dragon's Breath. It's great. And we finally get the first set time. Nice. Pretty clean, all things considered. If we sell this, we should definitely be able to get a thermite bore. I guess we won't pick up the ammo for that reason, because we can instead grab this, pick this up, and then have to spend a lot less to fill it up. So sirens are going to be kind of annoying for us, clearly, but I think other than that, we should be fine. Can't remember if I've been to this part of the map. Probably, I just don't remember, most likely. It's like a very, very wide open. I guess it's the textures on this map that are kind of weird, or I don't know if it's the lighting, but it seems more pristine. Even with all the corrosion on like the metal surfaces and stuff, it still seems a little clean, you know, almost pastel. It's a little bit weird. It's thrown me for a little bit of a loop. I guess I prefer the grimy look. Is this really the only way I can go down? Like, there has to be another way I get to go, right? Because that seems like a lot of fall damage to me. Nope, it really wants me to go that way. Well, I mean, hey, if I die, then that's the game's fault. Clearly. Really, we can't, like... Okay, that's awkward. I'm very, very scared, because fall damage is a hell of a thing in this game, man. But, I mean, hey, I'll take your word for it, game. Oh yeah, that's like 30 health damage immediately. Why would you do this to me, game? Why would you send me that way? I guess I look, the thing is, this is stairs down, right? This will work. This will take me where I need to go. Eventually, we will get there. I don't even know why I'm really doing this, other than for, like, sake of completion. We don't really need the EXP. Hey, leave me alone. I got places to be.
I did no grave for you. Did you move?
I think we should still have plenty of dudes to kill once we get over here. It did send us to like the complete other side of the oil rig. A little bit rude if you ask me. Yeah, we should be fine. Should be fine though. Don't know why I took that long to line that shot up. I have no excuse. Only God can judge me. Sometimes I forget how hitboxes work. Also, we need to kill the siren. Otherwise, we will be dying shortly. Oh, the sirens will in fact kill us. I mean, that's on me. That's completely on me. We'll run it back. To be honest, we shouldn't have gotten into the area in the first place, because we have no use for the XP. And once we did, we should have like played it a little bit less fast and loose, all things considered. Let me find Rig in this list again and just run it back immediately. Still think we should be able to get this done. I just kind of fell asleep at the wheel more than anything and didn't really take the siren seriously. Which is a big deal, because we're not demolitionists, as it turns out. So they can delete all of our planted explosives, as you just saw there. And that doesn't tend to end well, because you waste a ton of ammo. And, I mean, the impact damage didn't kill the Scrake. We would have needed the actual explosion. The only downside on this map right here for us is that I don't know what hold we should be using at all. I got like no idea. So just because we avoid the area isn't necessarily a strict improvement, because I don't really know where I should be in the first place. Oh, there's a rioter somewhere back there, huh? I think this guy got like rallied, it looked like. I guess we could try to find like a hold that we like the look of. It's not outside the realm of possibilities. It's like there's like places where it doesn't seem to be raining, even though there's nothing to stop the rain from falling. A bit weird, a bit jank, but it is what we have. Yeah, so being close to the edges doesn't seem to work, because I think they spawn in the shipping containers, at least some of them. Makes sense, I suppose. Some range on that vomit once again. Well, I'll take the free ammo. Always happy to see it. We're gonna have any other bloats is the question, I suppose. I don't think so. With six more Zeds, I don't think that's gonna be the case. Oh, he still lived.
Come see me. The pod safely.
Alrighty, so big takeaway for this attempt is obviously don't do the areas if you're already max level, because what is even the point? And try to find like a decent hold, because I got no idea what would be a good location on this map, but I'm sure we can find one that works for us.
Tools of trade.
Yeah, Dragon's Breath worked fine like before, so I think we're good with that. I guess if I want to feel more secure, we can like waste a bunch of money on armor, but I don't think it was a problem before, to be honest. Even when we died, it was due to me mismanaging the sirens, which again, armor doesn't help with, as it turns out, because they apply straight health damage, so... The elevator here kind of worked as we were like patrolling it, but it would be best to just find one spot where we can, you know, like stick it in there and have a good time, and only have to watch like 1 or 2 entrances. But I don't know where that would be on this map. Maybe we'll figure it out. Maybe it's fine if we don't. Again, I think we should be fine. I just need to, you know, not fuck up like the last time. Maybe like don't run into like doors and windows would be a pretty good idea as well. Don't just get myself stuck in a choke point. Seems like sensible idea.
Let's call that your warm-up.
So here they can come from like both sides. Yeah, well they're gonna spawn in the back as well. And this is just a giant hallway. It's not ideal for us, to say the least. And the number of sirens has been very, very high, both attempts so far. Game sure likes spawning those, huh? I feel like maybe if we go into one of the rooms, that's gonna be our hold. It's gonna be our home going forward. Let's try to see. This like cafeteria style place could work. I got an even better idea. What if we tried to do essentially farmhouse strats? And just like shot down a bunch of stairs. I mean, this might be pretty good for us. The only other entrance is also something that is like in our field of vision as we cover the actual stairs here. So that's probably gonna work. They also have like some weird pathing because he didn't need to go around, but he still did. So I guess if we can, you know, find our way back here from the pod, then this could be where we actually end up, like, doing most of this. Need to be mindful of husks as well, because now they got the flamethrower attack and everything. Man, like, all these jumps are fucking scary as shit. Even if you are damage immune, basically, in trader time, I think a straight up drop like off of this platform would kill me. Just literally falling off the map probably results in my immediate demise. Alright, let's get the thermite bore. Let's stock up on everything. We were basically at the tippity top of the whole structure. I don't know if we can make it back there, especially not in like 17 seconds, but we can give it an honest attempt. Ah, helipad, of course. I don't really want to be there. That doesn't sound like the place I would want to be in. That one room we figured out was kind of good with the stairs. So if I can find it again, we'll just go there. Was it in here? Yes, it was. Fantastic. I mean, hey, I think we should be a-okay. So I'm pretty certain. I guess they can also have that door, but if we basically go like this, we can kind of see everything anyway. It's mostly the sirens that we really want to be mindful of, because they delete our planted explosives. And that makes us lose a ton of ammo, and obviously all the damage that we would get out of the ammo, so it's not good for business, is what I'm saying, basically. I mean, we did stun him. I wanted to kill him more than stun him. Took a while, but we got it done. Yeah, I mean, this works a lot better, obviously. It turns out playing Firebug, which is kind of like a choke point-based control character almost, works a lot better if you actually find a location to be in. I don't think we have a big use for this Z time, unfortunately. There was not a lot to do with it. We're definitely reaping the benefits of our ground fire here. I mean, hey, we didn't die. It's almost like when you take the game a little bit more seriously, it becomes slightly better of an experience, and your odds of success go very, very high up. Is this guy, like, stuck someplace? Yep. What are you, sir, and why are you stuck? I guess I'm not gonna get the answer to a part of that question, but he is dead now, so that's fine.
I saw the way you took down that flesh pound.
We'll grab a Scorcher so that we can deal with the Scrakes a little bit better. I guess the one downside of this room is we are always uprooted from it. We're made to leave. Yeah, Scorcher is totally fine. I will also upgrade it because we're probably going to end up using it a little bit, at least against the Scrakes. So it stands to reason that we would invest in it a little. Does this take me back up to where I was, is the question. I think it might. It does. It does. We didn't really get so far away from here as I thought. I mean, hey, might as well save the 7 seconds or so, I suppose. We could also just use the ground fire from this, but the upgrade doesn't help with that, so it doesn't really make sense to do that. I mostly have it for the Scrakes, realistically. I guess we can, you know, do some of that. Lay down some ground fire just to start it off with. Yeah, that one didn't hit the mark, and that's only on me, of course, but it still kind of worked out in the end. Is he gonna die from the ground fire? No, that's okay. So we're getting a little bit pushed back now from where I want to be, but it's not all bad just yet. Those misses are bad, but so am I. So I think the two might have something to do with one another. Random Z-explosions are always so useful. Got us a stun there and set up a bunch of kills. I mean, this is a great spot for us, for sure. Perhaps this is not the hold people use, but it's the hold I'm gonna use. Yeah, so Siren's still supremely frustrating, as you just saw. Because she just walked up at us and we were unable to do anything, basically. Now this is what I mean, like... That's the power of an upgraded Scorcher. I don't know where the last gentleman might be. Oh, well, that answers that, I suppose. So it's gonna be the boss fight. I don't have a good idea of where to fight anybody here. As we established, we never played this map, so... Hey, I'll take a little bit of ammo. Why not? But as long as we can find some cover, I think we'll be a-okay. And we did get all the upgrades that we could ever want / need. Honestly, this might be fine. It's a little too big for what I want it for. I just want to be able to run around it and like dip out and deal damage. Might be a little too big for that, sadly. But I think we'll have to make do. I don't think we're finding a better spot. And I think we could find many worse spots, but I don't want to do that. He definitely spawned on the helipad, from the looks of it. I guess we could have also fought him there. There's a bunch of like airdrop supplies and stuff. It actually looks pretty decent. That's maybe something that I can remember in the future. For some reason I thought the helipad would just be wide fucking open, and then therefore be very annoying. So we're gonna try to do what we normally do against Kevin, which is start it off with the Scorcher for some damage over time effects, and also like to make it easier to keep shooting him, even in invisibility. And when he tries to run away, we'll try to quick switch on over to our other weapon, hit him with that, and then explodinate it as he's running. So I don't think it's gonna work. I don't think it's gonna work as nicely. The stairs are especially not nice for us with this. So I'm just gonna accept the fact that we're not like killing him the first go around. We're getting a nice refund on our ammo basically due to this ammo box, and you know, we'll just pick it back up once he gets back, and that's gonna have to do for now. Okay, let's minimize the amount of like armor damage we take. Oh, that's rude.
Let's make sure.
Man, those railings kind of saved my life, I feel like. He sure came back quick. I mean, we got him. We got him, and we didn't even need to do the weapon switching, turns out. A little bit messier than I would have wanted, but it worked in the end.
Danke.
Well, I don't really care for the stats overly, so let's just go to the main menu. Because I don't really want to stay on Suicidal. I'm only really comfortable playing this difficulty with like the easiest perks, as it turns out. I'm a wee babby like that, but I'm not that ashamed to admit it. Let's see. We've done so many maps just randomly. We've kind of gone through like a big set of favorites potentially. I was thinking maybe doing some endless, but I think we'll just probably stick to survival for the time being and just like do a couple more rounds. Endless is cool, but I feel like just doing one isn't really that much fun. And basically I'm gonna be here for another hour or so. So we basically get to do maybe 1, 2 if I really like mess up, but I don't want to mess up is the big thing. We had some fun with Commando before. Let's try to get some more XP on Commando. Why not? Immediately go into semi-auto. Maybe like we can go rush into the center and then kind of abuse the fact that we have a relatively accurate weapon against some easy boys. And I mean, I guess, you know, we don't have to hip fire with this lad. If we really want like the accuracy, we can just aim down sights like a normal person. Up close, it might be better to hip fire anyway, but
Good kill.
I just don't like any iron sights in this game. Is basically the big thing. It's kind of a shame that none of those were headshots, but what can you do? Sometimes you do your best and it's not good enough, and sometimes you don't really try and it's definitely not good enough. That was, you know, the latter case. Well, there's no real reason for us to extend, and there was also nothing to extend the Z time with.
It's like the Ardennes, yeah? Now you know Strasse.
I mean, wave 1 is always like rather easy, especially on hard. Endless is even more of a straight walkover, because the wave composition is even like nicer, I suppose is one way to put it. You don't even get like a bloat wave 1.
Watch your step.
Like not guaranteed at least. Don't know why I struggle to hit those guys. Alpha Clots are not that hard to shoot in the head, but for some reason I can't seem to get it done. It'll eventually bite me in the ass, I think.
You earned the money. Now spend it.
I mean, we could go for a Sentinel, but it makes no fucking sense to do it, to be honest with you. It's just not great. So I'll just go bullpup. I'll just go with a bullpup, get some ammo. We'll try to save some more money, basically. I mean, 180, I think, should be enough. There should be plenty of rounds.
Time's up. Go kill some Zeds.
Kind of wish we had gotten an area more than anything, because we are here for the XP currently. Just on that grind as usual. It turns out in every single game that I play, I'm all about the grind. It's some kind of obsession. I definitely really enjoy number go up gameplay. I know that about myself. There's a reason why it's not surprising to me at all that I have like 1,000 hours in Diablo 3. And I spent that time willingly. As if it was worthless to me, even though I could have chosen to do a lot with that time, obviously. And I didn't, and that's okay. I had fun wasting it. So that counts for something, I suppose. I don't know what it is. I think it's just like it's ingrained in me from childhood that any game that has not even meaningful but like level up mechanics I'll be into. So for me, I guess this trend of every single game having like RPG elements in that sense, mostly just trying to, you know, make Skinner boxes is what developers are doing. But it appeals to me in that sense because it reminds me of like grinding XP on like old Pokemon games on my brother's like Nintendo Game Boy before I had my own.
I said
and then I just would do that on my own. So, hey, turns out the more things change, the more they stay the same. Do we want to have like something different here? Let me think. There's a part of me that kind of wants to go minigun, but it's so bad. It's so bad, and we can't even afford it right now. But you know, we could get it later. We absolutely could get it later. But will we want to? Is the question.
I'm about to shut the pod.
Let's just get our good friend the M16. And maybe next round we will get the minigun. Because I do have it. I technically paid money to have that as part of the season pass. But it's just very disappointing. I guess it makes sense though, because this is a game where you're mostly trying to be precise with a lot of your actual bullet-based weaponry. So a minigun is never gonna be as much fun as you might think, because, you know, like just shooting down range and not getting those headshots is not gonna get you the results that you want, basically, because that's not how the game is supposed to work. It's supposed to have like very precise aim and take out key targets and whatnot. I don't know, maybe they should have done the minigun differently, just for that reason. You know what's gonna be great though, if they ever make an HRG minigun? Because I'm sure it's going to be overpowered as hell when it does happen. Like, it has great rate of fire, it has massive ammo reserves, it has a reload for some reason. That's another awkward little, like, piece of it, I guess. I understand that from, like, a realistic perspective, you need to have, like, a reload, but from, like, a proper action hero perspective, you absolutely should have just, like, gotten rid of that reload shit immediately. Have just a fucking belt going into a backpack. And just have like 700 rounds ready to go. Perhaps from a balancing perspective that would be problematic, but then again, Zed's gonna complain? Is this Craig over here gonna complain about my minigun, like not having a magazine? They do creep up on you every time, don't they? Well, I mean, we got grenades for days, so can't help but feel that we'll be fine. There we go. Not elegant, but it works.
Glad to see you made it.
I'll grab the minigun, but I got a bad feeling about it. Let me say it like that. Like I don't think I'm good as a commando to begin with, and then now I'm gonna be using a suboptimal weapon. But hey. We're here to have fun. We've already gotten some XP, so might as well. It's the minigun. At least it has cheap ammo, so I guess, you know, it's a winner. Do I need to change my stuff? Let me think here. No, because really what we would want to have is potentially eat lead, so that we have 180 rounds instead of 90. I guess we could also go for high capacity mags to make it slightly larger, but I don't know what would be better. Yeah, that's 135. I mean, I feel like anything that increases like magazine capacity for us with this would be pretty good.
Last chance. I have to power down.
How do we hold this, by the way? Because it's like it's like I'm holding it like this, like a handbag or like something stinky that I'd want to keep away from my face. Like it's kind of a weird way of holding it, right? Yeah, I feel like I'm just complaining for the sake of complaining. But like, come on, how many headshots do you need with this shit? It's so disappointing already. It's so terrible. So I hope you're enjoying this ASMR from constantly, like, you know, having the barrel, like, spin around. You best be enjoying this. Oh, and now we gotta have that wonderful reload. Bro, this is like an awful weapon. You can't even upgrade it either. Like it's supposed to be, this is as good as it gets, but it's just piss poor. I wish you could do the one thing that you would want to do with a minigun with it, which is just like go full ham. But like, it's so bad. The time to kill is so long as well. I don't know, man. I remember when this came out, everyone was like so hyped, but it just doesn't work. Like fucking, I'm using like controlled short bursts, like I'm fucking playing Armor 3 or some shit. Which is a fine game, by the way, but it's not how I want to have fun with a minigun, you know? It would be so much cooler if you could just like dial it, shoot down range, never stop, just keep on going, but can't have fun things. I'm definitely like throwing this into the garbage bin. Or should we use it for the boss? I guess we could use it for the boss. Fine. Let's use it for the boss. And you know what? We can have a sentinel alongside it. That's the ticket. That's how you get it. And then you can upgrade the sentinel. You see now we're cooking with gas. This is gonna change everything. You might not understand it yet, but it's definitely going to change everything. So we're gonna find a spot to fight the boss in. I guess that downstairs could have been fine, to be honest with you. I don't really know why I'm coming over here. This is not really like a boss fighting location. It's great for the waves, but there's no cover basically, so I kind of came over here for no reason. I guess we could use that pillar, but it's not big enough. I don't know if that's gonna be good enough. We can use like some of these kiosks, but what we're gonna do is most likely die because it's Abomination and we have like shit weapons. But ignoring that, we'll deploy this.
Ammunition.
Can I have more than one of these out? No, I cannot. Why would you ever have like fun with these weapons? Look at my sentinel being so helpful. It's now even worse because we have like two guns constantly shooting. Both of them with bad sounds. It deals like no damage. Is my sentinel out of ammo? Is the question. Is it already exploded? No, it's still going, it's still going. It's got like too far away. I think I might have to like explode it manually. Is the one downside. Bro, how many shots does it take to kill like a fucking Abomination spawn? Are you insane? That's so silly. We will probably actually die. Is the worst part in all of this. And it's insane that we need to use so many resources to kill an Abomination spawn. Yeah, I need to heal again. I need to interrupt my shooting so that we have a chance of survival. It's so weird that it takes like multiple shots from this to actually down that guy. And again, I have to reload. God damn it. This gun is just reload simulator. Honestly, the Sentinel is better than the minigun so far. And that's like saying a lot. Okay, so if he rages, then we're basically screwed. We'll deploy this here. Hopefully, can stem the tide of poop chasing after us. So he's coming through too. I mean, we got it done, but at what cost? My God. That was, to say that it wasn't fun is putting it mildly. You're supposed to be dead. Like you're absolutely supposed to be dead. Not supposed to be spawning. Game's over, my man. Alrighty, we still might get jumped because if they spawned like as the boss was dying, there's a high chance that we'll get jumped. So let's go to Burning Paris and hopefully we don't get grabbed and therefore we won't have to mess with the game sounds. And we won't get like tinnitus mode enabled. It's not so much fun. Neither in real life nor in video games, as it turns out. I mean, hey, we got us a level out of that, so it was maybe not the most fun way of getting a level, but it is a level nonetheless. Should we do some survivalist, is the big question. We tried a thing with survivalist before, with melee expert, and I guess instead of, you know what we could try? We'll try like a melee-based survivalist. Carry up to 50% more ammo for all weapons. You can select the healing grenade. Yeah, the Molotov isn't going to be that useful. You know what? Let's try to do like a melee-based survivalist. I'm going to try to go for the pulverizer. And the reason I selected the AoE size is precisely because of that. So hopefully we'll have like massive AoE pulverizer explosions. We'll also just try to do our best with the heal grenade. And it has like more ammo too, so that's going to come in handy. Because we're going to try to use it as like our main weapon. We're going to try Berserker 2 Electric Boogaloo. It's kind of what we're trying to do now. And I mean, wave 1, at least until we run into the bloats, is kind of like ideal for knife only. Speak of the devil, he's right there. I wish I didn't get immediately grabbed right then. Did we kill the bloat? I cannot tell. No, we didn't even get close to that. I mean, hey, it was a struggle, but we made it happen. I guess we might as well do this.
It's like the Ardennes, yeah?
I mean, hey, we're saving some mad money by doing this. It's a kind of a shame that we won't be able to afford the pulverizer. Without a doubt, it's not going to be happening.
Yeah.
I guess because we took... No, like our needle is still not that fast. For some reason I thought it was, but that's impossible because we took melee expert already.
Glad you made it back. Don't bleed
I guess we could just use the grenade pistol instead of buying something, because how expensive is a pulverizer anyway? Pulverizer, 1300. I mean, we can't make it right now, but we should be able to get it next time. Yeah, you know what? We'll use this for this wave, and then we'll get into pulverizer wave 3, which is a pretty late point to get into it, when that's like what the whole thing is supposed to be about. But hey, I don't really make the rules. It's an expensive weapon, and we didn't get any random guns, which sometimes happens. It's okay. I guess we did economy round, wave 1, so we're being very, very clever. The one thing that's going to be kind of cool is we have extra AoE on this as well, right? So normally I don't play demolitionists with extra AoE, so it's kind of exciting to have larger explosions. Although we have no spontaneous Z-explosion now, which is not a total loss. It's very random, but it's very fun. The thing we gotta keep in mind is we don't currently have the ammo to actually kill everybody if we, you know, take one shot per guy. So that is something to keep in mind. And it's gonna be more than one shot per guy because bloats exist, unfortunately. I do not agree with the fact that they exist. Well, with the fact that they should exist. I don't think they should, is what I'm saying. But I had no hand in the matter. I'm not really blown away by the AoE size yet. Like, you'd think plus 50% would be staggeringly larger, but turns out it's kind of, dare I say, disappointing. And we did run out of ammo, but I guess we don't care that much because we're going to be getting our actual weapon now.
Glad to see you made it through.
Yep, we got 2K, so we could buy pretty much anything we want.
Get yourself fixed up.
I suppose maybe if we were playing Hell on Earth, then Wave 2 Pulverizer is a possibility because of the way the money works. But I don't think we're going to be doing that. That's not us. So, Pulverizer. So 22 is what we have access to now. We absolutely need armor because that's the only durability that we have access to. So let's go through once again. So we have faster reload speed for what it's worth on this. Faster attack speed, more damage, and we also run faster. We have extra ammo for it, and we do have access to a healing grenade if things start going south. And the AoE should be a little bit larger.
Enemies on
I mean, hey, I think this is basically as good as it gets right now for this build. So we'll see if it works in any capacity. Now, if I have my way, we'll be using heavy attacks all the time. But at the same time, we gotta remember that we got 22 of those. So maybe let's try to use them primarily when we can either guarantee a kill with the shell being expended, or when we can get multiple people. Because we do have a sick AoE, supposedly. I mean, yeah, like this guy can just get the regular hammer. What are you doing, my man? That's the kill I was talking about there. It's not bad. I'm pretty sure we can still upgrade this. Take the time to reload. That's maybe a misplay. Should have just done like a regular attack there. So is this gonna get? Oh, it got all of them. Nice, nice. That's actually not bad. If they like pile up, then we can do some great stuff. Oh, and obviously if we don't reload, then we just get like a heavy attack that doesn't use ammo. So for what it's worth, we killed like 2 or 3 guys with regular light attacks, and we still have plenty of ammo. So we can like collect them together and then just like wipe them out.
I can reopen the trader pod.
It's definitely a different way of playing. I have no idea how the boss is gonna go. Probably poorly, if I had to guess. I mean, hey, that works. Kind of wish everybody else would build up together, but I don't think they want to. Where were you a second ago, man? Be gone. Be gone with you.
Safely open. Nicely done.
I do believe we still get to upgrade this weapon once, so its damage is going to be even higher, which is not a bad thing at all. Now, I don't need a second pistol. I can tell you that much. Well, we could upgrade this a lot, actually. So there's a long way to go with it. Why do we have 101? I feel like we got an extra like piece of ammo that we're not supposed to have. I'm confused. Either way, we'll get another upgrade on this later. So that's something. Should make things even better, hopefully. I do think that if they make Killing Floor free in the end, it would be pretty fun in the next game if they just made like a more in-depth upgrade system. Because it would be so much cooler if instead of just getting extra damage, you could actually customize some aspect of the weapon. Like, honestly, the big thing I would want to upgrade in this case for us is reserve ammo. Because if our whole build right now is about having fun with the pulverizer, then I feel like being able to just, you know, use the pulverizer for longer would make a lot more sense. I'm also reloading way too often, by the way. It's completely unnecessary. You can, like, pile them up. And then we can do a little bit of that. And a little bit of this. And a little bit of this. Okay, there were 2. I was gonna say. So upgraded is a one-shot on the Flesh Pound already, and we can still get another upgrade. Yeah, that was my bad. That was my bad. We haven't needed to use a healing grenade, which is kind of nice. I mean, hey, look, this is like a niche thing, but it's kind of fun. It's been a fun little romp so far. I've always liked the pulverizer, but I don't know if it's a good weapon to use on Berserker. It's got so many issues. I did have some fun with it, but I just think that if you're looking for raw damage, you're so much better off using something like the Battle Axe. Probably a waste, that heavy attack there. So apparently a Scrake is also like a 2-shot, which is definitely not bad. I was hoping we would get a little bit more with that, and we still continue to not get all the spooters. Slightly disappointing. Oh, come on, bro. I have like a larger AoE. Just get hit by it. It's not that hard. Well, we should be able to get our final upgrade, and then figure out what else we're gonna put into this loadout. I guess if we wanted to go full melee, which is probably a pretty bad idea, but hey, let's do it anyway. Then we could go and get... Oh, I don't know the Hemoclobber. I guess we get slightly more ammo for this too. I mean, is there anything else that would be better? So technically we could have something that has a total weight of 7. I mean, Zweihander isn't bad, but it's not really flashy. Bloodsickle, nah, not exactly. Static Strikers. No, I think this could work. This could work. It fills kind of a niche in the sense because, you know, the idea here is that we mostly use Pulverizer, and I mean, this is gonna be living hell for us right here because it's Abomination. Abomination is pretty bad for Zerker, but we're not even Zerker. We're somebody significantly worse. So this will go very poorly, I think. Turns out full melee with the character not, you know, completely dedicated to melee is difficult to pull off. But hey, we'll try. And I mean, we had a good time doing this, and it got us like some XP already. Obviously, the boss is very, I don't know, like loaded with that sweet XP. So it would be great to actually down him. I'm not sure we'll get to do that. At least it's, even with a light attack, it's just a one-shot for an Abomination spawn. I guess that has to count for something. Allow me to hit you, please. Don't do me the disservice. I can't tell if he got, like, stumbled there at all or not. Okay, so we're kind of doing nothing and have used about 25% of our resources to do just that. We've also wasted like 80% of our armor. We continue to do nothing. And now we are entering the part of the fight that's going to be very frustrating. There's also more ads, and we have no armor to speak of. So if we want to stand a chance of survival, I think we're going to have to use some healing grenades. Okay, let's throw this over here. I can't even, like, stick it out in one spot, man. He summoned too many Abomination spawn. At least they're doing a little bit of infighting, but he's probably, like, summoning even more, if I have to guess. Yeah, let me sacrifice all of my health just to kill his shitty ads. Literally shitty in this case. Alright, I'd love to just go back in and, like, beat the last bit out of his armor. Okay, kinda dangerous. At least we're actually, like, hitting him properly now for some potentially real damage. Damage that might be described as real. I wish you would have just come in the door the way I wanted you to. I mean, we should have killed him right there, and I don't know if we got grabbed by something. Kind of uncertain what happened there, because we were on the verge of, like, getting the last final attack on him, and then we just ran out of stuff. I mean, look, it was ugly. It was ugly, and it went bad, and it took not that much more time, but it didn't go well, to say the least. Now, the big question, I suppose, is would have we been better off using Hemoclobber? Perhaps. Very good chance that yes is the answer to that. But it's definitely fun. It's a fun way to play Survivalist, and it's different. I think if I went a little bit more accurate with it, it would have also been important, because Pulverizer does kind of an explosive style attack, but at the same time, you can still get some precision damage with it. Like, headshots do matter with all Berserker weapons. Let's go to Monster Ball. Why not? I will change my Survivalist perks, because I think we moved some stuff around. So I'll just move it back to its original position. But this is something we can, like, try every now and then, I think. It's not bad. I would not play it on anything higher than what we're on right now. Like, I don't think this works at all in Suicidal, to be completely honest. I think normally it's like this, basically. I really like Weapon Harness, because it enables so many, like, jank loadouts for Serve. Let's see. You know what? Let's do Demolitionist. And maybe we'll do like a more dumb loadout for demo. But all Demolitionist loadouts are kind of dumb. A little bit. They're all a little dumb, but it's okay. We like them anyway.
I had hoped for more impressive test subjects.
I do love this map. And the Hans announcer is completely fantastic as well. I'm thinking we'll just go like Tommy Boom more than anything. It seems fun. Or I guess we could do Crossboom. You know what? Might do Crossboom. Crossboom is worse, I think, but might be more fun as a consequence. Oh no, you struck me! Finally, we got some Z time.
It's a mess I made. Don't get back on.
Very happy, by the way, that the stream quality has now been improved, and it seems to be holding up pretty well. Like, I'll check the VOD, obviously, but I do think that it's looking pretty smooth. Probably could do with even more, like, better bitrate. I still see some artifacting every now and then, so that's why I want to check the VOD later on. But, hey, it looks promising for the time being. Let me get to a traded pod, and I want to, like, look at something, because I had something on in the background earlier, and it basically was a progress bar kind of stuck situation. I'm wondering if maybe that resolved itself, or if I'll have to do something about it. Like, I'd be happy even if it is just an error message at this point, because it would mean that it's done, or at least seemingly done. No, this has been stuck at 100% for 3 hours, I think. I got a feeling somehow that that's not, like, good. I was kind of hoping that it would, you know, not come to this, but I pressed the cancel button on it. Well, it was nice knowing me, I guess. Let's see. So this is still good. This is fine.
Run out of ammo, then die painfully.
Yeah, let's go Crossboom though. I think that could be a lot of fun. It's just another day of Adobe software not really doing what it's supposed to be doing. In other news, water is still wet, by the way, in case you were wondering. Just the average Adobe user experience.
The anticipation is mounting. Just 10 more seconds.
I mean, look, it's cheap shots for sure. Everybody knows like Adobe makes shit, but hey, sometimes you gotta punch down a little.
No, did the pod close? How tragic.
How tragic. Well, hey, it's not so tragic. We got a crossbow. Allow me to waste like one of my valuable bolts immediately. Hopefully there's gonna be boxes anyway, so we'll be fine. This is like, you know, such a Rambo positive weapon. It's very, very fun to hip fire with as well. It does have a good scope though, but I don't really find myself in that many situations to use it. It's got fast rate of fire. Keep forgetting about that too. Oh yeah, and the one thing I need to remember is you can absolutely get like headshots with this to potentially up your damage slightly. Oh hey, free armor. I'll take that. Yoink. It's good stuff, man. Definitely hits the spot. Honestly, I'm starting to realize that maybe one of the reasons I like Demolitionist so much is just because it makes people explode. I mentioned this before, but I really like it when the enemies get turned into goop. I'm a big goop fan. What can I say? I love Gwyneth Paltrow's work, but more to the point, it's just kind of nice when things go boom. And Demolitionist makes everything go boom, so it stands to reason I would like it, huh? I'm surprised it took me this long to figure this out, but I never claimed to be smart, by the way. Let me reiterate, I have never claimed to be smart. If I remember correctly, this is a pretty low-tier weapon, so we get to invest a bunch of money in making it like a ridiculously powerful thing. I guess the one downside is it's not gonna synergize well with Destroyer of Worlds. So there is a part of me that's thinking, do we at that point change that? Shoot and reload in near real time. The area effect of perk weapons increases 25%. Explosive rounds will explode at any range. It's still not that good. It's still not that good because, what, like 25% larger area? Bro, we had like 50 before on demolition. Well, not demolitionists, but survivalists, and it fucking didn't do anything. So, 25% is a joke. That's like an actual joke. It's stupid. What do you take me for? You crazy? So no, I'll keep Destroyer of Worlds in the off chance that that we somehow make it work. I don't think we will, but hey, there's a chance, I suppose, that we might. Alrighty. I don't really like this room so much, but I guess we can do an area. We don't need it, but, you know, good practice, I suppose, for the perks that might. Oh no, the lights are changing. Blood is beginning to fall from the sky. It's true, there's gonna be blood, like, falling from the sky. It's a big part of this map. We do have self-damage, which is something to keep in mind. It's gonna be annoying with the boss fight, for sure, but... hey, the trick is to deal more damage to them than you're dealing to yourself. And they have a much larger health bar, so the possibility of dealing a ton of damage to them is definitely there. I don't know where that bolt just went. I'm a little confused. And very offended, more than anything. Sometimes, man, this thing, like, goes wild, apparently. Oh, I guess I could just shoot her, like... I'm demolitionist. I forgot. I don't have to worry about sirens, because I got sonic resistant rounds. I decided to take the ability that counters my own counter. I really like the crossboom, though. It's so, like, fun to use. Honestly, though, I feel like every single demolitionist HRG is going to be a good one, because at the end of the day, you're just taking existing weapons and applying explosive effects for the most part. And that's, like, pretty much guaranteed to result in something cool. You know what would be really great and definitely balanced? If they could maybe take the minigun, make an HRG mini boom, and just give it explosive rounds. And then in Destroyer of Worlds, you could lay down, I don't know, about like 27 nukes. I think that would be balanced. I don't see the issue with that at all. It could be a wonderful, fun time for the whole family. Alrighty. Well, we can get our first upgrade. And then there's only one more to go. Which, I mean, technically, if we rummage around a little, we might even be able to afford, like, immediately. Because we basically need one gun. We're like 50 dosh off currently. I mean, it's becoming less likely. The farther we walk from the pod, the more unlikely it becomes that we find a gun with 7 seconds left on the clock. We'll get it next time. It's okay. We clearly have enough damage already. I mean, we had enough damage last time, and we didn't even have this thing fully upgraded. So I don't think we need to be afraid, basically. We're not exactly about to be in a crappy situation. It is like a deadly accurate weapon, but it means like when I fuck up my flick aim, it can potentially be really annoying. Like that, for example. That's purely on me that it didn't connect, but I'm gonna choose to, you know, I'm gonna choose to be mad about it, despite the fact that it's only my fault. Strix are a little bit more of a handful with this. But I think... oh, Quarterpounds are not like a one-shot yet. Disappointing. I guess if you get the headshot on them, they are. If you get the direct shot, they seem to be, which is kind of interesting. I do need to heal. I have taken a lot of self-damage in a very short period of time. We have, like, picked the worst spot ever to essentially fight, unfortunately, and we keep, like, missing the occasional shot. Thankfully, we are getting, you know, our money's worth with these crossbow bolts. I mean, come on now, this is like a gun concept that would work in any game, though. Like, explosive bolt is just, like, a cool idea. It's just another grenade delivery mechanism, for all intents and purposes.
Spend it all.
So I'm
You
not
and your
surprised that
piece
it's
of
fun to
meat will
use.
die regardless.
And now we're gonna actually upgrade it to the max. I don't yet know what we're gonna put next to it, but ideally we'll just stick to this and hopefully get through the boss. If it's gonna be King Flashman, it could be annoying due to the self damage.
Ah, your achievement means nothing. Buy what you can.
Let's see. So this is fully upgraded, so we got 7 more room. I mean, we can take Blunderbuss. You know what? We never use Blunderbuss, especially not on this guy. We're probably not going to use it this time either, but hey, it exists. I wanted to check one more thing before we run away from here. Yeah, secondary fire bolt also makes an explosion that makes less damage but has a bigger size. Okay, okay. So that's not really something we are interested in, as it turns out. We've been doing fine, even with this AoE size. But it is something to keep in mind. I am not in a good spot for a boss, by the way. I guess these pillars could work. Oh, it's Abomination. Still annoying because he's going to be in our face all the time. And I think until he has armor, it's going to be very difficult to deal any real damage to him, sadly. Yep, this is like doing nothing right now. I guess we might be able to kill the stuff that he spawns as he spawns it due to the explosions, but it remains to be seen. Man, I missed that shot, huh? Pretty cringe. I'm cringing. I'm self-cringing every day. Yeah, we've used like half of our bolts already, and he's barely even scratched. These are our ammo boxes, so there is that. Is this any better? Okay, let's look at this. Oh, this is way better. All right. Wasted a ton of rounds apparently. I guess it makes sense. There was no real reason for that to have higher damage, but a man can dream. I think, unfortunately, we're going to have to use the Blunderbuss as well, because we just don't have the ammo currently to sustain this whole fight. Like, we have just run out. There's an ammo box right there. I don't know how the hell you spawn there, by the way. You're an Abomination spawn. You should be coming from the Abomination, who is behind me currently, and yet... How rude of you. Yeah, the cannonballs work a little bit better for this. It turns out the cannonballs are pretty good. I mean, Blunderbuss deals hefty damage, even on support, who's not necessarily spec'd for that type of damage. So it stands to reason that demo would be even nastier. Kind of disappointed that we weren't able to kill him with the crossboom. But hey, that's armored stuff for you. That's how it's gonna go, sadly. So I definitely got one more. I want to say like we can do 2 more basically currently. We've done Carol and Hamlet, I'm pretty sure. We've not done Farmhouse though. Let's go and do some fun stuff in our little farmhouse. What are we actually gonna play is the big question. Don't want to do sharpshooter, like, at all, but hey, why not? If I don't want to do it, why not do it? We can have some more fun with the storm cannon. Might work on this map too. Although this is maybe not like the ideal sharpshooter map due to its small size. But hey, let's get some XP, man. Sometimes you gotta be uncomfortable. Would have been cool if we hit that shot. But primarily, I should have just been more accurate. I'm kind of happy that that one hit. Maybe this outside bit, like for wave 1, works wonderfully. They don't have any range, so as long as we check our corners, basically, should be fine. Case in point. Surprised we don't have all the enemies marked as of yet. Yep, that was kind of inevitable.
The last one.
We knew that was happening. Like, that's the one downside, and that's why we're not gonna just keep staying outside pretty much. We can get a center fire though. Have some fun with that. We could also just use the OG crossbow, but it's basically only good, like really, really good against the big boys. And there's not gonna be any big boys right now. The biggest stuff we're gonna see is maybe a bloat or two. Kind of insane that we dealt with the bloat so fast, but I guess we did have a bunch of rack 'em up, so... I guess what we could also do is we could just go into this one spot and have a good time. We got like 39 shots currently to make, and there's 32 targets, so... We can miss a few. Not that many, but we can miss a few. I wish any of those were headshots, but whose fault is that? Oh wait, that would be me. We also need to remember that we do have access to grenades, so if we get into like an actually sticky situation, we can just use that. And in fact, I think instead of investing so much into armor, it would have been smarter to invest in more grenades. Kind of forgot that sharp grenades are the best in the business. We should also reload, obviously. Hey, where did you come from? We can probably sidestep that. It was actually kind of helpful. Don't want to use a grenade just yet. We can avoid it. We had enough ammo to make this work, and then I panicked and wasted a bunch. But hey, we have a 9 milli, so should be fine. Can't remember how expensive the storm cannon was off the top of my head. I guess we're about to find out, but I don't think that it was... It must have been like 1,500, right? Maybe 2k? Probably 2k. 1,400. So we could actually buy it for what it's worth. And we still have some armor left. I mean, 54 rounds is not that much. But it's what we have access to right now anyway, so I think it's gonna have to be enough for the time being. Let's see, is there anything else? No, I don't think. Well, there is a gun. I guess we could run back down, sell it, and get some more ammo. I'd feel more secure doing that, to be honest. It's a small little thing, but it might make a difference.
Last chance.
Yeah, like 70 rounds is definitely gonna be enough for anything. So even if I panic shoot, I'm not like immediately killing myself by doing that, which is pretty important. That has an overall positive impact on my quality of life, and I'm all about that. Again, I think solo this spot isn't so good as we just saw. Probably should have also spent a little bit of money on at least a grenade. Alright, alright. You've made your point. Okay, the little delay with the firing there, like, threw me completely off. A lot, apparently. Absolutely on the back foot now. Okay, we're gonna have some problems here, I think. To say the fucking least. Why are you raging, by the way? Why are you raging? I was in, like, a wonderful spot. And then it got ripped away from me. At least we got that headshot for what it's worth. I mean, hey, the group kill on this is kind of useful. If you do get overrun, you just need to get one good shot, basically, to really get out of it. So that's something. We did lose, essentially, all of our armor. I guess those weren't headshots, huh? It was like just a smidge off. And you didn't get hit by that lightning. Well, that's just disappointing, isn't it? Okay, okay. What is that papping? It's just coming up the side of the fucking, like, stairs, not even bothering to go on the stairs properly. I think she got, like, hit by that a little. I mean, hey, as long as we like stay calm, we're kind of okay in this spot. We also could have just used like some grenades. Kind of rough that it's like a 5 headshot when it's unupgraded. We're making it through somehow, but it's not been an elegant process. Mostly been a struggle for what it's worth. Free gun though is always a good time.
Have you checked your ammo?
I mean, hey, we'll sell it for some extra money. I wish we could upgrade it. I really do. We've already gotten 1 free gun. I very much doubt that we'll get a second, but if by some miracle we would find something, like an actual AR, SG-500, something along those lines, it'd be so valuable right now. But I think we gotta give that dream up, unfortunately. At this point, even if we find one, we're not gonna make it back into the basement in time. So I think that's okay. I think that's okay. We had high hopes, but it didn't pan out.
Zeds are getting closer.
I just need to, you know, use my grenades better, essentially. And by better, I mean just remember that I have them in the first place to set up any kind of difficult kill if I need it.
The area secure.
Now this is a tough one because I'm tempted, obviously, as a level 22 non-prestige sharpshooter to do an area. On the other hand, it might kill me. It might literally just be my demise that I'm walking into.
Watch out! Something is close.
I mean, hey, at least we've got her in the end.
Good kill.
I mean, that was nice. Well, that reload is going to be problematic.
Please try here.
Dude, the like headshot mechanic on this is kind of nice, actually. When they do pile up.
Just so
Man, missing, like, is painful, though, isn't it? Okay, that should get some of them at least. You didn't get got by that. So we can leave if we so desire, and I kind of do. I kind of do. All right. So quarter pounds are just 2 shots. Although I do need to remember that I only got 8 shots, like in a clip. Mathematically, we don't have enough for that guy. Kind of panicked right there as a consequence. When it was just the 1 quarter pound, I felt very secure. But then it quickly turned into 2, and it got away from me. It's not bad, and we can definitely fully upgrade it. The last time we played with this, I remember it went really well once we got that final upgrade for it. And I mean, I guess if we wanted to pick something up alongside it, we could make it the crossbow. And just be like, hey, it's pretty cool. Maybe we'll even use the crossbow for the boss fight, who knows. We'll hang out with Truck-kun, Defender of the Realm. Greatest bro. And I mean, let's see who we get. I wouldn't mind... I don't even know, man, who would really be good for us right now. Matriarch is okay. We can definitely kite around the truck over here. She's very close. That's something to keep in mind. I think we'll mostly use the Storm Cannon, to be honest. That's not such a bad hit on us. We're getting like some pretty good rack-em-up with it. Yeah, I mean, hey, we're mostly through her shield already. Not bad, and her helmet is almost fully gone. In fact, it is gone now. Kinda didn't expect her to just get out of that animation so fast, to be honest with you. Okay, so we completely had this run away from us, and it basically took all of our armor, because she just decided to go the other way. Was not ready for that. We also got swarmed by Edars, and we are continuing to suffer from that. How many did you summon? I guess it is 2 phases that we kind of like push her through. Yeah, we're not gonna be able to dodge that, unfortunately. Not from our position over there. Kind of sad that also hit us, but what can I do? Please just like have your ads be gone. I'd really appreciate if we could once again focus on you properly. So she's finally into her next phase. Bro, how fucking rude. Like, you're behind a wall. Please behave. Okay, okay. I mean, we'll at least get her into, like, a red phase, I think. Okay, thankfully she missed. I was gonna complain very loudly if that one had connected. I don't think we can do anything with the Z time, unfortunately. Yeah, we can probably finish her off just with this. I mean, hey, it was a bit sloppy, but it still went alright. I definitely think that after we broke all her stuff, we should have just switched to the crossbow if we wanted to be like fully optimal about the takedown. But it kind of works either way. And that one bit went wrong, obviously, around the truck there when we got completely encircled by Edars, but that's kind of what happens when she enters that phase, so that's why it exists. And I mean, we lived, so for what it's worth, it was okay. It was alright. Kind of feel like doing Lockdown for some reason. And I'm definitely going to play Firebug to close this off. It's going to be the last one that we do. We're not getting any XP with it. We're just doing it for funsies, obviously. But, yeah, we're gonna have a good time with that. I don't yet know the loadout. I'm thinking about the Doomstick. The Firebug Doomstick might be what we pick. What we pick for this one. It could be fun. It could be fun. We've had some fun runs with it where we upgraded the crap out of it. I think we'll do that. That seems like a fun time. I don't want to do like a cop-out flamethrower only playthrough right now because it just wouldn't be that much fun, to be honest with you. I'm not yet in the mood for it, and I don't think I will be tonight, considering it's already basically end of stream time for me. I'm gonna try to actually get to bed at a reasonable hour. So basically the VOD I was mentioning before should be going up in 2 minutes, so it should be public in approximately 1 minute now or so. And I will be uploading another one, but that's going to be going out basically, like that's going to be published completely tomorrow, I believe. Well, 2 days from now, technically, if you subscribe to that language. But yeah, we're going to catch back up with the VODs, and I'm sorry that we got delayed there, unfortunately. The big issue was that I completely slipped out of the schedule when I got a little bit ill, and I had a bunch of stuff basically come up with, you know, Christmas right around the corner. And it all just escaped from me. So it basically was me managing my time badly. I'd like to apologize for that. I'm sorry that it went down that way. Hopefully you can find it in your heart to forgive me for it. Yeah, it's the Dragon's Blaze, by the way, that we'll go for. But we'll start off with the Dragon's Breath, because it's a good one. But yeah, so we're going to be officially caught back up with the VODs soon. And all the other stuff will also get scheduled properly. And by all the other stuff, I mean the 2 streams we've done this week. So those will be going online shortly as well. Although I think some of them, especially tonight's, might only be released in the new year. So I mean, hey, if you're not hearing this right now because you're not tuning in, which I don't know how you would hear this otherwise, but in the VOD, then it doesn't matter to you. So this is a pointless conversation, huh? But either way, I'm going to do my best to keep that updated in the future as well. And I still need to work on some stuff, such as the 16 tons thing. That's still looming overhead. I will get it done. I promise, and I will get it done. But I will be setting different goals in the future for that reason, because apparently the edited stuff doesn't come to me as well as I thought it would. I guess it stands to reason. I've never been one to really do a lot of editing. This isn't even a lot of editing, just like a little bit of it. But I guess I bit off more than I could chew, huh? Now we know, and knowing is half the battle. I'm happy that we've you know, messed around with the stream quality at least, so hopefully we can keep this up into the future as well. I don't see why we wouldn't, like, why we would struggle at this point. We appear to have the hardware now to be able to do this, so it's pretty good. It's pretty good, and that's what I was hoping for with the new graphics card. It's time to pick up the Dragon's Blaze, by the way, so let's go and do that. And like I said, I think you can expect about 2 more streams from me this year. Probably Wednesday and Friday next week. Technically this week, now that it's midnight. I think that's how it works. So that's going to be the plan for now. We might also do one tomorrow, well, tonight, I suppose, in about 20 hours, if you want to be completely exact. But I can't promise that one because, like I said, I'm looking to spend some time with people that are important to me because that's kind of like a key part of the holiday. So let me like check something with the 9 milli, by the way. Yeah, it's supposed to be like 90. I don't know how we had 101 before.
I'm about to shut the pod.
Bit weird. We kind of broke the game apparently. But yeah, so if I have time alongside, you know, the post-Christmas celebration with a couple friends, then I'll be sure to go live. And if not, then I should be here, I think, on Wednesday. Or at least I'll try to make something happen. And I did talk about this before in the stream before this one, that, you know, I could also consider doing something like random little, like, shorter streams. I just don't know how to feel about those. Like I said before, I really like doing a stream as a 4-hour, like, sit-down session and kind of treating it with, like, some degree of seriousness, even if it's not really apparent to you because the quality is pretty bad, and I had very little to discuss, basically, tonight. But I don't know, I still enjoyed myself overall. And I guess that's my attitude towards it, where I just want to treat it in a certain way, even if it's not necessarily required. I don't think it's a requirement to basically look at it that way, but I kind of do view it as like, hey, it should be... I think people say it should be minimum 2 hours, is basically like the golden rule still that you might run into. But I kind of view it as like 4. So I feel bad if it's shorter than 4. Excuse me. I got something in my throat.
Perfect.
So we'll be taking a drink in a second, but we had all the Zeds right there.
I saw the way you took down that flesh pound. It didn't stand a chance. Magnifique.
I do believe we should be able to get some upgrades for this gun too, and it's going to become even better as a consequence. Let's hope. Let's hope that we can do that.
Found ammo.
I mean, hey, we should be able to afford everything anyway, but
Final choices, people. Enemies on the scope.
let's go. Let's go. So it's fully upgraded, so we have 7 more weight to fool around with. We'll figure out what we'll take next to it. I'll do an area for no real reason. Why not? I thought I was gonna sneeze. Sorry, I was waiting it out. I had like a thing in my nose. The thing from my throat went into my nose. It's very complicated. It travels. It is visiting various parts of my body, apparently. Oh, this is a good Z time. Lots and lots of fire, just the way I like it. Nice, nice actually. Yeah, like, it's just another ground fire machine, but it works so well. It is kind of, like, messed up when in Z time you get to shoot this, like, 16 fucking times. And you consider that you have, like, 4 barrels. Hey, Gabby, welcome in. But I mean, that never made sense with Firebug, if we're being absolutely real. Real and true. There's also a part of me that constantly feels like the alt-fire would do the actual do-stick thing of shooting 4 barrels. But it doesn't. It just changes the direction of the ground fire, right? Yeah, so it does like horizontal, basically. Kinda cool. Kinda cool. And we did just, again, shoot like 98 fucking shells, even though we only had 4 loaded. Ah, good old Z time perks.
Fantastic work. Area remains unbreached.
How are you doing, Gabby? How was your Christmas? Your Chrysler, your Crimbus, all of those things people say online.
Nice work.
Man, I'm surprised that this laboratory is still in like one piece. Usually it's not how it goes. Alright, what do we want to strap on next to this, I guess? I mean, a flamethrower can fit perfectly, but do we care for that? Not really. Thermite bore, again, fits perfectly, but we've used it a ton. Although, more than likely, we'll just use this for the entire boss fight, if we're being real. Yeah, it's a tough one, actually. I guess, you know, let's put something in there that we never use. We're probably never gonna, like, even touch it this time, but for what it's worth, I took an incendiary rifle. Although, again, the aim right now is to just use the Dragon's Blaze to down a boss and then be done with it. I believe we can use the tank as cover, funnily enough. It can definitely cash like a rocket for us, and then we can live. Although, it's not going to have to catch anything, as it turns out, because it's King Fleshpound. He's just going to come and beat the crap out of us. I mean, hey, having essentially a shotgun for this, I don't feel bad about, so to speak. And the actual aquarium has been immensely useful, because it caught him on the corner. The man can't into corners, as per usual. I was going to say, if we get some Z time, that this goes crazy. And it did. Oh man, if you could just get that on demand, and I know it's called having a sharpshooter on the team, but hello, can you stop damaging me? Oh yeah, there's a quarter pound that like snuck up my butt, essentially. I mean, hey, it's a little uglier than we tend to do it, but it worked. We got it done in the end. He's basically bacon now, apparently. Kind of sort of looks like bacon.
Stay dead, Watson.
Man, the ground fire is like insane with this, dude.
Let's make sure.
Look at that. Covers the whole fucking room. So I mean, I did say that would be the last one, but it went by so fast. It was just like 9 minutes. We could probably do one more. Let's pick a map. You know what? We started on Crash. I'd like to end on Crash too. It's a really, really fun map. I quite like it. It's definitely one of the best event maps that they've added recently. But what are we gonna play is the big question. It's a tough question. I guess we could play something like Medic and just be done with it. But what if we played support instead? For no particular reason. Let's just play support. Let's try to do some of that instead.
Here we go. The mission is underway. Lock and load.
Remember, we gotta lock and load, boys. Maybe we won't do Blunderbuss this time. Although I really, really like Blunderbuss, so we'll see. We'll see. No promises. I guess depends on what kind of like guns we might get randomly. At least for tier 2, what we go for. Well, for round 2, what we try to pick up. But overall, Blunderbuss is very likely because I have a lot of fun using that. At the end of the day, I'm mostly in it for myself. I'm mostly here to just have a good time, as luck would have it, so. I'm surprised he didn't, like, try to vomit on me immediately, but I will not be asking questions. That should have been a headshot, but I missed.
That was the last one.
And I will continue to beat myself up over it.
Resupply.
It's how it is. So, there's no other gun, so basically it's probably going to be double-barreled boomstick. Move it into here. I guess we could also go for the ballistic bouncer, but I don't really feel like it. So let's get the old boomstick out instead, and maybe get some extra ammo for it, not too much. And I mean, yeah, we would have a fun time going into the Blunderbuss. We could also just grab the Doomstick, since we just used the HRG version of it a second ago. And we were missing the mag dump button. Or at least I mentioned it one time, so perhaps that could be a reason. I mean, that's for future me to figure out. For now, let's just have fun with 2 barrels before we consider adding another 2 on top of here. Or just going into, like, medieval cannon mode. Before we do all of that, let's just have this cool gun. We could also do the jumping puzzles, I guess, if we wanted to. You know what? I mean, I think I know where all of them are still. We have probably enough ammo to actually like do this, so can't seem to get that one done right now. So allow me to clear these guys first, and then let's try again with renewed spirit. Can't remember if you have to like be backwards or not now. I'm just not getting it. There's also seemingly somebody up top there. Yep. I think that. Wow, we just like launched him into the stratosphere. Holy shit. You know what, let's find another one and try to do that one. I've done these before. I got the thing, actually, to show for it. So I'm normally not this bad, as it turns out. But we did kind of struggle with one of them, I remember. But it was not that one. We basically we found that, did it, and we're done. So I don't know what happened. It was the one leading from, like, the balcony or the train car. I'm not sure right now, but It's one of the more mid-air ones that I was like, oh shit, I can't seem to get that one done. Yeah, like I think we're getting the elevation, we're just not really stepping forward. We did use a little too much in terms of ammo to be able to do the entire wave with this now. Turns out, using 2 shells per jump adds up. Let's see if we can't find some ammo boxes. I mean, we do have a 9mm, so we could just use that, but hey. If we have a double-barrel boomstick, we might as well use the double-barrel. This is the jump I was talking about before, by the way, that we struggled with initially. There really aren't any ammo boxes right now, unfortunately. There's a gun. That's useful. We can sell it later. Yeah, let's just kill him with the 9mm. Okay, so who's still actually alive? Oh, there's a husk. I had no idea. We were running around so fast that I had no clue. Okay, he's a goner. Cool, cool, cool. Let's see. So now we can definitely think about a different gun. I guess here is the part where we gotta figure out what we want to do with ourselves. Who do we want to be when we grow up? And I don't yet know the answer. But thankfully we got another 20 meters or so to figure this out. It's rapidly dwindling. I mean, we're not keeping this. I can tell you that for a fact. So we got 2K. We could do anything. We could become anything that we ever want to be. But at the same time, what do we actually want to be? A12 is also pretty fun. At least it was before. I mean, I'm going to be boring with it and just grab this. Yeah, let's just be dumb. There's always ammo on this map, but I'm going to choose to get ammo because just last round we weren't able to find a single box. And as a consequence, I'd rather not buy armor and then run out of, like, cannonballs halfway through, because without armor we can still actually live and continue fighting, but without ammo it becomes very difficult. Although this gun also uses our own blood, sweat, and tears, kind of, because we take a lot of self-damage when we shoot up close. And we tend to shoot a lot up close, because I don't have a keen sense of self-preservation, as it turns out. So for the most part, I just kind of wing it and hope for the best. You know, a little shrapnel will never hurt anybody. Builds character, they say. Some people might disagree with that statement. Oh, we got a collectible. How quaint. I guess the self-damage isn't so annoying, because if we stick, like, in the right place, we can actually avoid most of it. Like, these wide open areas are actually rather helpful for us. Because you can actually do a lot of range stuff with this, surprisingly. You'd think a cannonball would have certain limitations, but no, brother, it does not. Yeah, man, this is like such a fun weapon. It has nothing to do with how support was conceived, I think. Like what you're meant to be doing, but it just works though. And like you can just nail people from across the map. It feels so good. Look at that. Absolute perfection. Poor guy. He didn't even live through the initial like connection.
Yeah. You took some hits there. Patch yourself up.
Man, it's gonna be so good in the new year to finally be fully healthy. I look forward to not feeling like my nose is congested and not having to live on herbal hot remedy drinks and shit like that. I hope that day comes. I hope that day comes sooner rather than later. So at this point, I can barely remember what it's like to be healthy. It's been so long ago. Let's take an M4. Let's be boring and just have a good backup weapon. Maybe I should just like focus more on resting, but fucking I don't know, man. Who wants to do that? It's just a fucking cold. It should just, you know, fix itself for the most part. I do think it probably is related to the fact that I was really, really bad about hydration leading up to the holidays.
The area secure.
Like, a lot of the time I was busy doing all sorts of stuff, wrapping presents, going like from one relative to the other, whatever else, and then you realize, I don't know, like 12 hours into a day, like, holy shit, I've not drank a single fucking glass of water. Which is probably pretty bad in general, but then if you're actually sick, I think it gets compounded. And that's how I got this messed up, apparently. At least, I hope that's the case, because I mentioned it before. If it's the same shit that my dad had, and he got antibiotics for it, then I might be a little fucked, actually. So let's hope it's not the case. Let's hope my immune system is strong enough to, you know, like, solo this illness, whatever it may be. I want my immune system to be the next let me solo her, is basically what I'm saying.
Just saw a shimmer. Something cloaked.
I mean, hey, like, I guess instead of malaria, we could have malaria. I don't know how we'd get that in winter, though. That's like a mosquito-related thing, as far as I'm aware. Maybe I imported a mosquito. I like to live exotically and dangerously. They look kind of nice. Oh, yeah, I forget. I'm not demolitionist. So I do have to take into account that sirens stop me from doing my thing. I'm a thug thizzle, as some might say. Bro, can you stop? Nobody likes you. I certainly don't. Why are we actually bothering with the area, by the way? This is mostly a question from myself to myself, but I'm a max prestige level 25 support. What am I gaining out of this? I mean, it makes it more challenging. I guess I'm gaining experience. I'm currently being paid an exposure. And when it works, it's good. Yeah, you can hit me. It's fine. Ah, that one was not on the mark. Neither was that, apparently. So who's the last one? Is he stuck somewhere? No, he seems to be moving. Seems to be moving just fine. Alrighty, so we're gonna have the boss fight soon. The fact that we nearly died just a second ago does not bode that well for us. On the flip side, though, that does happen occasionally with the blunderbuss. Like, it turns out that having such high self-damage does have some drawbacks. But it also means that we have incredibly high damage for the boss, for what it's worth. Now, where should we fight this man? This train car is not good for us. Like, this train cart. It's just not in a good place. We can't run around it. I did mention this before on this map. This is like the one complaint that I have, and it's not really a complaint. It doesn't stand up to any kind of rigorous reasoning. But there are no trucks that you can circle around, so you actually have to fight the boss a little differently. Which is probably an intended feature on this map, to be honest, considering it's made by like a Killing Floor 2 professional player. So I can't imagine that that's an oversight. I think that's like a deliberate design choice of like, hey, what if you didn't just play Ring Around the Rosie with the boss and instead had to fight them like a man? And that's the part where I'm like, I would rather not, because I'm bad at the whole, you know, going up and fighting him properly thing. We had a lot of Abomination tonight, didn't we? I have no idea where he spawned. Oh, he's back here. Cool. Like, at least he's close. Kind of wished he wasn't here, to be honest, though, because there were 2 ammo boxes. There's also one there that we could have had, but... besides the point now. Too late now, I guess. I will take this one. Okay, so we've broken some of his stuff. In fact, we've broken a lot of his stuff. We do have to be careful. He's gonna probably rage any second now. Or maybe we can, like, knock him into the next phase real quick. Yep, seems to be working pretty nicely, might I add. I mean, hey, this is what I mean. Like, we're actually kind of keeping him at bay. We got, like, a nice stumble there. There we go. Proper clean takedown. He's jumping. He's going all over the place. Got some sick air.
Yes.
Let's bounce him around a little bit more.
Stay dead, Fonza.
I'm pretty sure he's dead. I think we can stop now. It's kind of weird how he's holding the axes. They kind of got stuck, it feels like. I mean, hey, let me move over to the main menu. Because I think we're done for tonight. It has been almost 4.5 hours. So I'm pretty pleased with what we were able to do. My voice held up. I think stream quality has been greatly improved from the looks of it, which makes me very happy. So that's a big deal for me. Very, very delighted to see that. I didn't notice that many artifacts either as we were playing, although I wasn't able to keep my eye on it like all the time. But I think we did some good stuff. So like I said, you can probably expect to see about 2 more streams from me this year. And we'll do the best we can in that regard. So we'll see what we can pull off, basically. And there should be a new VOD on the YouTube side of things. And I will be uploading another one, hopefully now, which will be up tomorrow. So, hey, there's more content along the way. And as always, thank you for tuning in. I don't think we're going to be rating anybody. I don't even know if anybody's, like, currently on. We could try to hit, like, Graham, I suppose, but there's so few of us at the end of the day. I guess we could, though. I mean, hey, you know what? Let's actually try to do that. So we're gonna head on over to Big Pimp Gremlin, friend of the channel. He's apparently playing Borderlands 3. I think he might have just started that recently. Maybe it's a collab of some kind. I got no idea. So let's go on over there and figure it out. But thank you for tuning in, and I hope you had a good time. Let's see what this fucking Gremlin is up to, shall we?